Do your own searches. My nigga.
Yo.
¿Qué pasó, amigo?
What are you telling me, you man? Can you hear me, yeah?
We can hear you loud and clear, mate.
We here, fam.
Okay. Are you ready to rock and roll?
Nah, cuz
We're
ready to roll and rock, fam.
Tell him again.
All right. Okay, let's intro this shit and let's get on with the festivities. So, people, once again, we are here, episode 71 in this motherfucker. You know what I mean? Big up to the man, them.
Big up.
Listen, lady, I'm going to introduce you in a second. If you mind just not making any noise while I'm trying to do the introduction to my pod, you know what I mean? Alright, episode 71. We locked inside. I've got my trusty co-host, the RG head honcho, young Sins roll straps like a baseball bat. We got the Secret Life of Will in the building. Will bet. We also have our still very special, but not so new guest, Big Magz in the building as well.
Okay, Jamie. Never forget.
And then we have a very, 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 very special guest in the building. A very... Would you say you're a special guest?
Always a special guest.
Yeah,
always a special guest. We have always
special guest.
Special guest in the building. What do you want the people to call you? What would you like them to say? We have right now, yeah, and I'll give you all some backstory while I'm doing this intro. So, you know what I mean? We have a very special guest on the podcast today. We have the lovely Penny, who, if people are thinking, who the hell is Penny? Penny is the amazing woman that you probably heard me refer to in past episodes when we speak about relationships and all these sort of things. The Mrs. to my Francis, that's Penny. And we have Penny in the building who's going to be talking to us today, which is going to be very fun. So big round of applause.
Welcome, Penny.
Welcome. How do you feel? You're in the spotlight now, hot seat, all that.
I'm ready. I hope you guys have got your A game. I'm ready.
Listen, we don't miss them. We don't miss.
But gents, how have you been?
I'll say we've been good, man. Just a little tired, you know what I'm saying? We didn't get the chance to make the trip back home and get like a full relax, but we did have a little relax at the hotel, and like we strolled around like the city and just had a little look around, which we never really get the chance to do, so that was cool.
Yeah, no, that's dope, man.
Yeah, that's nice, man. Nice.
Yeah.
A little bit
obviously
over on the Sunday, but it was that.
What happened on Sunday or Saturday, I should say?
Oh, fam, that was a movie, fam. That was an extended cut, fam. Director's cut, fam.
Now give me the director's commentary. Like, I want to hear it.
Alright, so we finished work, and we grabbed a big bottle of Bells, fam.
The bells, fucking hell, the bells.
Yeah. That shit was ringing off, fam.
1 year, I don't know how it disappeared.
Yeah, we disappeared that shit like some magicians, fam.
But then
Just woke up the next day, fam. We was all apologizing to the people downstairs. Oh, sorry guys. Oh,
did you lot get lit like that? Yeah, we had to apologize.
Lit, fam. Yeah. A movie, fam. There's some of the details that we'll leave out, you know what I mean? But it was a mad thing, fam.
You know what, yeah? You see that bells will do it, you know, fam.
Oh, that shit will ring, fam.
Oh, yeah, it rings.
Oh, yeah, that shit will ring, fam.
That I've ever been in my life to this day, the most mashup was on bells, bro. I remember it was it was freshers year. Man had just gone to uni, and that this is like when I first linked up with Sam. So I've not even met Will at this point yet. It's like when I first linked up with Big Sam and Taps and them man.
Okay, yeah.
And obviously, you know how them man going and shit. So it's like, yeah, we're gonna go out and stuff. Cool.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we go to after, you know what I mean? We looking to see what sort of drink. And these time here again, like I'm not big time into the drinking this point, but you know what I mean? I had a little like bit of rosé, you know, vodka, whatever, just the standard shit.
Yeah.
These man were like, yo, I think it was 1.5 liters, you know, bells on sale. So
The
these
true
time
time
everyone was
was
like, I bet everybody put in, bro. We're gonna get this thing, bro. And we lit. So I'm like, yeah, cool, whatever. So later on in the day, we get back. You know what I mean? We get ready to go out and shit. Big Sam draws for this Bell's bottle. I remember with the fucking bird on the front, bro. Looks innocent, really innocent. You know what I mean? Looks like it'd be a nice evening, brother. We finished the bottle before we left. Yeah, I remember, bro. Yeah, bro. I remember heading up to Walkabout was the name of the place. Just what I was saying the other day. Like, what's the name of that place?
Yeah.
Walkabout was the name of the place.
Yeah.
We're heading up there in it, and to be fair, you know what's mad? From the bits of it I remember, I had a great night in it.
Yeah.
But the great night included like niggas trying to fight me, niggas trying to steal my phone and shit. But I completely waved, bro. I am waved, fam. And God bless Sam and Taps and all them man, bro. They backed it, fam. Them man, when man tried to beef me in the club, they backed the beef. Because apparently I was dancing with somebody's girl. But when I tell you, man, I have no recollection of this shit because I'm waved, bro. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, then man tried to beef me, then man backed it, and then I dropped my phone in the club, and then one of them man either went back and got my phone or they picked it up in all the melee in it. Because I remember they was carrying me out and shit. And I was like, bro, my phone, I need my phone, fam. I don't give a fuck. Get me my phone, my nigga. I'm not going nowhere. And Sam was like, bro, your phone is here, fam. I was like, show me. I want to see it. Show me the phone. He was like, bro, the phone is here, fam. I was like, all right, cool. And I remember they fucking took me back to the accommodation in that Vicky Halls, big up Vicky Halls. And yeah, man, I was hungover for at least a day, bro. But this is like, I was younger back then. Do you get what I mean? Like, I never had nothing like that Bells thing. That Bells thing took me somewhere else, bro.
I got a similar story, fam.
Go.
I got a similar story. So me and Johnny, I think it was just on the randoms. Now we'll just go out in it. So we went out, we drinking and shit.
Right.
And I remember we walked in and there was like these two girls here. They were like women. I call them women. There was these two women here. They look nice, fam. They were busy staring at us, and so I'm like, oh shit, yo, check it out. Them bitches are staring at us and shit. And he's like, oh yeah, I dare you to go speak to her, and or this ain't go, I dare you. So I'm like, oh shit, hold my drink, dog. I'm gonna be right back. Went over there, spoke to the lady. You know what I'm saying? Smoothed it over. I'm dancing with the girl now, dancing. Unbeknownst to me, her man is so the bar is like maybe 5 feet away from where I'm dancing with this girl, and her man and his brethren are standing there, fam. These like big muscle head dudes, fam. Did not even see them, fam. So man's there catching a wine, doing all sorts, fam, doing the most, fam. So I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. So I'm like, yo, I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna run to the toilet. But I run to the toilet, I come back. I'm looking for Johnny, like, yo, I'm about to like get another round of drinks or something. Yeah. Like, where's my man, fam?
Yeah.
Couldn't find him. So I'm like, oh, you know, maybe he went outside to smoke. And so I goes outside to smoke here. Man's standing outside waiting for me to come out. And he like, yo, we gotta go like right now, fam. I'm like, why we gotta go right now? And he like, oh yeah, I just like beefed these two niggas in the toilet because like you obviously dancing with their girl in it. So I'm like, oh shit.
Wait, did we say niggas?
Yeah.
Mad thing. Carry on.
No, he didn't say niggas. I'm saying niggas because he was like, "Oh, these two guys." He said these two.
Just say,
guys.
bro. You want to start a really exciting podcast, didn't it? Like, sorry, carry on.
I'm paraphrasing, innit? I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, carry on.
I'm paraphrasing. Yeah. Now we gotta go right now, fam. So I'm like, alright, cool. Boom. then he explains to me the story of how like he saw them man following me, yeah, but I don't think they saw the turn that I made until I was like at the top of the stairs of the thing, like because the toilets were like upstairs, and so I've gone to the toilet, I've done my business quickly, and like obviously hot stepped out there trying to like go find Johnny and try like find these girls again, innit?
Yeah, cool.
Like, boom, boom, in and out, yeah. In all that confusion, yeah, man fought 2 men, fam.
Oh, he fought literally, physically.
The door in that toilet was broken for like a few months because he kicked one of them in the chest and he fell back into it, and then he like moved the other one. Like he said that he leg kicked him and his leg like went that way, and he punched him and he fell down like onto the sink in it, and then he just ran out. Like, oh shit!
Right.
Oh shit!
So when he seen you, we got a dip, bro. Like, we got
He's like, we gotta go, dog. It's like, oh snap!
Goddamn.
So similar story, fam.
Basically, you have to take control of your alcohol when you're drinking that, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but you know
that time we weren't even like wave like that. It was like a couple drinks deep. Do you know what I mean? Like a couple sip deep, fam.
You know what's brazy about that though? The braziest part is the fact that this girl like left the yard, left the crib, and went to this place with her mans, and then was vibing with you knowing her man was there. That's crazy.
Is that the man's? Is that the woman's fault or Will? I feel like
Okay, you know what,
when he was explaining the story to me, it was like, what? So that girl's boyfriend was right there. He was just 5 feet away from me, bro.
Yeah.
Why did he not just come and like punch my head off right there, fam?
Or why did he let his missus go out there?
But I was gonna say, does he have a beef with you? Like, Magz asked an interesting question just then. He said, is that the man's fault? Is that the woman's fault? And luckily, on today's episode, we have a woman who can give it a bit of insight. So I'll present the situation to you, Penny.
100% the woman's fault. 100%.
Hold on. Say that one more time.
Is 100% the woman's fault?
You want to elaborate a bit further on that?
If you're out with your man and you're out in a place, you're dancing, you're drinking, you're whatever, you carry yourself in a way where other guys around will know, all right, shit, she's got a man. If she's out there and she's acting like she doesn't have a man and you're there, just imagine how
she doesn't have a man, right?
Out and you're not there.
Right.
So it's 100% her fault because, again, Will being the innocent participant in this. Yeah. You've seen a girl, you like a girl, cool, you're going to go and do whatever. How she carries herself from that point, she could be like, nah, you know what, sorry, I'm just having fun, I'm with my man, whatever. But she went along with it, so the beef should be with the girl and not the man.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, fam. She was hugging up on me, doing all kind of whining and shit. I'm like, this is
that's a lot.
I'm about to be winning right now.
I'm a try and play white devil's advocate,
Yeah, go on.
So, okay. This girl, hypothetically, because we don't know, so this is just all speculation for the sake of speculation. You know how can I explain it? There are some girls who are like Instagram girls in it. They online thotties for lack of a better term, but like their thing is that they go out, they club, they dance, they have fun, they might flirt, and you obviously they get a lot of male suitors, and one guy might be like, yeah, fam, I want her, bro, I want to wife her, bro. It's the Kim Kardashian Kanye thing. It's like you wife this girl, but you know what she does. You know that she's got a sex tape that her family sold. You know that she posts nude pictures of herself. Like, you meet her on this premise, yeah? So hypothetically, say if this guy and his girl, and he knows that his girl, when she goes out, she's gonna wind up on man, and she's gonna distance, she's gonna that. But she might not do anything else. She might not, but that's her steez, innit? Now, to me, again, the ultimate thing I always say, my man had no right to have any beef with you, because it's not like you saw them together and were like, all right, bet, I'm gonna say it on my man's girl. Like, you're doing your thing, like, da-da-da-da-da. So any beef he had, whether he knew this about his girl or not, should have been directed towards his girl, innit? But I don't want to say she didn't do anything wrong. I can't remember the full point I was trying to make. But it's like, she potentially, it might not have been a mad disrespecting to a man.
It is disrespecting though, either way.
Nah, it is, fam.
No matter what
she's with a man. It's like she's trying to make her man jealous. Do you know what I mean? That's toxic to me. Do you know what I mean? In front of him as well. Do you know what I mean? What's that?
But we don't know that for fact, though, innit? We don't know that for fact she was trying to do that. She could have been, and with you, she could have been, and that's toxic.
But you know what's even the illest part of the scenario? Yeah, her brethren was backing it to the fullest, fam. She was even squeezing us together in that, bro.
Do you know what I mean? So what's that all about? That's not your fault.
So I tell you about bad friends and shit. So I tell you about bad friends.
Her brethren is championing that shit.
You see?
And I'm like, swear down, fam. So this must be a green light, fam.
Do you know what I mean?
Even her brethren.
The fact that you go out with your man, do you know what I mean? The girl goes out with her man and she does that, do you know what I mean? In front of her man, do you know what I'm saying? Does she respect him? It goes back to respect as well. Do you know what I mean? What's going on down there? Do you know what I mean? I don't know behind the story between their relationship. Do you know what I mean? But respect is a vital thing for a man as well. Do you know what I mean? So if you're going to disrespect him in front of him as well, what's going on there? Do you know what I'm saying? What? It's toxic. I feel like she was toxic, to be fair. And that.
I wonder sometimes, I always wonder sometimes, like, if them two people are like still together or not, fam. And I don't think they are, fam.
You know a way to kind of maybe, again, I'm just for the sake of conversation in it, because I agree with all y'all, but we have to try to expand it. It's like strippers, right? Strippers' job is to be seductive and take their clothes off in front of niggas and get money in front of them, right? Now, if a nigga if he wife a stripper and he goes to the club when his girl's working and she's doing the thing that she do, in her mind, she might not be on no mad disrespecting to a man because, like, this is what I do in it. But now if he catches feelings, do you get what I mean? It's like, it's not necessarily, and it most definitely probably is, but it's not necessarily she trying to disrespect her man. Like, some girl, bro, like, listen, this dear sweet Penny that I have here, the reason she here is because I know who she is. Do you get what I mean? I know the things that she'll do and the things that she won't do. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, if pause, hold on. But it's like, if I met Penny and Penny's thing was like, yo, I go out and I flirt with niggas and I might catch a wine or two and da-da-da-da-da, and if you want to continue with me, you have to know that this is a part of my being. Not that she'll necessarily carry that on, but I have to go in knowing that about her.
In the first place.
My man either didn't know that about her, and then this black nigga is all about, because I'm sure this was a white girl, right?
Oh yeah, no, it was a white girl.
Yeah,
it was a white
and a white guy, right?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, so his blood was boiling, because he's just looking at this fucking African warrior his gal is infatuated with and shit. Do you get what I mean? But it's like, his beef ultimately should have been with his girl. Do you get what I mean? Like, that's not on.
Yeah, but he can't fight his girl, fam. He can fight me.
Yeah, that's true.
Or he can fight my brethren, but he can't fight his girl, fam. So at that point where he, like, his thing snapped, yeah, it's like, oh, well, I can't punch her, but I can definitely punch him.
But it's like, even with that, like, and again, I get that there are people who don't think as, like, roundly as us. But again, hypothetically, if I'm out with dearest Penny and Penny's carrying on with that madness, bro, like, I'm not going to fight a nigga, bro, because what does the nigga owe me? He don't owe me shit. He don't know me, fam. He's just vibing with a gal that's vibing with him. Now, if I go up to him and I'm like, yo, that's my girl, did it, like, whatever. But you don't owe me nothing. He's not my brethren. He's not my boy. He's not my cousin. He's not my brother. Like, you don't owe me nothing. Like, what's my issue with him? Do you get what I mean? It's like, it's weird. It's weird that man want to take that out, say he wanted to fight you. But I understand it. I understand the frustration of, I'm just going to take it out on you because I can. But there's some bullshit.
And you know the thing, again, just to reiterate, this is like them steroid beefy dudes, fam.
Yeah.
Big guys, fam.
They're not philosophizing about life and shit.
Nah, they're not. Yeah, they're not. They didn't seem like the type that would think too deeply about things and shit. You know what I'm saying? They were just like, however they feel, they're gonna do it right there for him. So you might have been watching for a good maybe like, because there was like 3-4 songs that played, bro. So he might have been just stood there sipping his
drink. That's like a good 10 minutes, isn't it?
Exactly, carrying on. Another song, fam. Another song. Nah, I'm gonna punch this nigga's head off, fam.
But the thing is, what he's doing sitting down there, not his missus out there doing that. Do you know that's the first thing? Do you know what I mean? How can you not have your? Do you know what I'm saying? What's going on there? Do you know what I mean? I'll be with my girl like, well, hold on, what are you doing? Before you even actually go, where you going? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Do you know what I mean? Going back to that as well, I've got a question as well, to be fair. It's like,
Magz, hold your question. Hold your question 1 second. I want to hear that. We've got a voice note though in it. So let me just play this and then we'll go right to your question, bro.
Okay.
Hey, big shouts out to the panel. Big shouts out to the panel. What's going on? I'm chilling in a staircase. Hence the echo. I do apologize. But yeah, I was just listening to your conversation on Kanye and Kim Kardashian. And man, you're right. It's such a toxic relationship in itself. You're right. I mean, he's just got to man up more than the regular man because she's out there. Like he's got to man up and get his wife back. Man, I don't know. He has to get her back. He made it wifey. That's it. I don't know.
The most strong guys. All the lad, fam. You gotta be a strong nigga, fam. That's all I'm gonna say, fam. You gotta be a strong nigga, fam. I couldn't, fam.
Yeah.
Kanye has done many things that no one ever thought could be done in it. So you know what I mean. If anyone can do anything that we think is impossible, it's Ye.
But then the craziest thing about it is that it still didn't go how he wanted it to go. From it still ended up how it usually ends up if you.
Hey man, everyone's still around, you know what I mean? You never know what can happen tomorrow, dog. You know what I mean? I honestly don't give a fuck what they do. I don't know any of them. But hopefully love wins, you get what I mean? But Magz, what were you gonna ask though? Sorry, bro.
Oh, it's just a question really, like just in terms of relationship wise, yeah. For example, say if you two in a relationship now, say for example you get into an argument now, misdemeanor, but you're not living together. And every time you get into an argument, you're getting blocked on social media, you're getting blocked of everything before you actually elaborate your situation, even though the girl was at fault. Is that toxic? Is that healthy? And how would you go about that?
Nothing can survive like that, fam.
I think that's 100%. Yeah. Because if it's a relationship and you're trying to build and move forward, again, one thing that I've learned to be with Mr. Man here, and coming from different backgrounds and things that I've had to go through to get to this point in our relationship, the one thing that I've learned, communication is key. No matter what, if it's good, if it's bad, you have to let the other person know how you feel, because then the other person will then start assuming or start overthinking or just shut themselves away and be like, you know what, if you're not going to talk to me, fuck it, I'm not going to talk to you. It can just get toxic. So if it's something that you are looking to build on in the future, you don't really want her blocking you, because then that kind of shuts off that communication on both sides. It's almost like, again, personally speaking, from how I feel about it, it's just like you're not giving that person a chance to get past it, to explain how they feel, because again, it could be a complete misunderstanding. It might not even be a big beef thing. It could just be like you said the sky's blue but she thinks the sky's red. It could just be a simple thing like that. But if she's not giving you that kind of avenue to kind of discuss it, again, if that's happening now, think back down the line, like
Okay, so let's expand it a little further then, because that was great. You really showed your ass today. Pause. That was great. Okay, so as a woman, like, put yourself in the shoes of the lady that blocks the guy that she's seeing because she's upset. So maybe shed some light if you can, potentially, if you can put yourself in that mindset of like why somebody would do that, the best way to approach somebody who does that to try and make it like, because again, I don't know if Magz is speaking from his own experience or just giving a hypothetical, but from what he said, it's like we together but we don't live together, and when shit gets sticky she blocked me and this and that, like, so try and put yourself up on the go on.
Yeah, and not only that, it's like should instead of taking accountability of it, you know what I mean, or sometimes it could be her fault, do you know what I mean, instead of taking accountability, she'll pour it onto you, do you know what I mean, so you're the victim, do you know what I mean, and then when you then she'll bring up the past, for example, like, do you know what I mean, instead of that current situation, that current problem that's going on, do you know what I mean, so then it's just a cycle going on and on and on and on, do you know what I mean, it's just crazy. How would you call?
Okay, so I want you to think about that for a second. And just while you're thinking about that, big up to our guy Ultra Melanin. Respect for tapping in, bro.
My nigga. That's again.
Hey.
Oh? Yeah, nah, fam. We really gotta get Ultra on here, fam. One time at least, fam. Fuck
no,
yeah.
I holler Ultra, man, but he don't holler me back, bro. He don't holler me back, fam. But it's all right. It's all love anyway. But if, for anyone who's just tuned in, and if you're not sure about the voices that you're hearing, obviously you've got myself, you've got Big Secret Life, we've got our guy Magz back in, and he's in much better form. You know what I mean? In much better form than he was. And we've got a special guest. We've got Penny, Mrs. Francis, you know what I mean? The wonderful wifey here just wants to give her insight into these sort of things as a woman. So that's where we are for anyone who's just tuned in and shit. But yeah, so the question I had raised to you was putting yourself in the mindset of the woman that blocks her man when they have an argument and that she's upset. And try and speak to kind of why someone would do that, and maybe how the man in that situation can approach that girl to maybe make that better. If that makes so. Sorry, go.
So I think there could be two reasons as to why she would block. One, for attention. She's almost wanting you to chase her.
Basically, yeah.
To like, I want this man to prove how far he'd go for me in terms of like attention and like trying to get her attention, whatever. She's probably waiting for you to like drop her an email or something. I don't know if she's blocked you and everything. I don't know. The other thing could be the toxic side of it, where it's just like, you know what, we're not seeing eye to eye, so I'm just gonna act like I'm single for a second, for a day or two. Because again, if you're serious about a guy, you wouldn't kind of shut them off like that. You'd give them the opportunity. You'd want to resolve it, because again, as a girl, you just want to be cuddled and babied by your man. And that's just, I'm speaking personally, like, you know, when we're having arguments, it's not just like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna, yeah, all right, if I'm feeling stubborn or whatever, then maybe. But half the time I'm sat in there like, shit, I miss him, is he thinking about me, oh my god, how do I make this right? But I'm stubborn in terms of I may not make the first move, but it just comes down to attention, to be honest, and the way to approach it again is just honesty. But it just depends on how she's willing to take the honesty. If she's going to take the honesty as an attack, and I'm speaking from experience, I've taken honesty as an attack plenty of times in this relationship. But if but if she's willing, but if she's actually willing to sit down and hear you and listen to you to get past it, then obviously, yeah, sit down with her and talk to her. But if not, then to be honest, I don't know the other way about it, apart from telling each other how you feel. Unless you just want to be petty and toxic and block her back, and then you go do what you're doing. I
didn't see about that.
I can from the other side perspective. Yeah, how do I say what I'm trying to say here? Me, I'm the kind of person that I like tranquility. Yeah, there might be some headbutting from now and again. But like, I'm usually quite understanding, and I can usually come to like a compromise and be like, I bet. But in some situations, it's like, fam, like I'm not even getting to put across what I'm trying to say, because every time it get twisted round. So like, I'm not even trying to deal with that right now. I won't block it, but like I cannot communicate with you right now being like this. While we are not understanding it, or like being, or while we're not like I don't know how to explain it. Like, while we're not having an exchange, as long as it's just attack, there's no like exchange of understanding there. And like, yeah, so I can understand sometimes where like, even like from my own perspective, where I'd be like, nah, I can't deal with this right now, fam. Just because of the kind of person that I am. Do you know what I mean? So maybe it might be that thing where like, just the kind of person that she is, that she can't really handle the confrontation. But then it's like,
I get that.
Yeah,
but
the thing still got to get sorted out. But then it's like, yeah, we're not moving forward past even the first hurdle. Every time that we have stopped this conversation, we get to the first hurdle, and then it's like, oh damn,
you're going back to something.
We're going all the way back to some other shit.
Yeah, it's all focusing on the problem at hand. Do you know what I mean?
No, but then don't focus on the problem at hand. Focus on the solution.
But no, that's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So focus on the problem to find the solution, obviously.
No, because if you focus on the problem, you go magnify it. Focus on finding the solution. Because you all know what the problem is. I think
it depends on what the issue is, to be honest, there. Because it depends on the situation, because some situations you need to focus on the issue to get to the solution, and then some issues you need to focus on the solution and just like try not to think about the issue. So I think that is just situational on what the issue is about.
I agree.
Okay.
Because again, like the issues that we've had some major issues. Again, I don't know if you've gone into any detail, but you know, we've had like really big issues again, even in the beginning of our relationship. And at that time, I wasn't willing to hear it. I was at that point of like, you know what, now fuck you, I don't want to hear it, whatever. But when you're actually wanting to build with somebody and go forward and develop, you have to kind of, in a sense, put your ego
compromise, right?
Yeah, compromise. And before you even get to the point of compromising, you have to both of you have to put your ego to the side. Because again, truth hurts either way. I could say something that hurts you, you could say something that hurts me. So we both need to understand, like, look, all right, this is how that person feels. And again, I'm getting side eyes from man here because I wasn't like this in the beginning. Like I wasn't, and I was that toxic girl that was like, you know what, fuck you, I don't want to hear it. But
we grow.
Exactly, we've been together coming up 8 years now, and through that time, it's just you have to.
I'm proud of you guys, man. Go, you guys.
Hey, put up. Hey,
go, you guys. Press the hair home.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. We're taking notes out here, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm gonna get my flowers real quick in it, because you said something very, very, very good there. You weren't like this in the beginning.
No.
Okay, so what? You don't have to list every single thing, obviously, but what were the things that you think helped you, maybe from myself or whatever, to get from that point to where the shit is now? Like, what is it that maybe I did or didn't do or whatever that helped you get to it? I don't want to like guide the question, but like,
well, I hope I don't get no hate. I hope I don't get no hate or get cancelled from anybody or whatever. But
nah, you're great, dog. This is our platform.
You know what? That's very true. That's very true. But in relationships, okay, in this relationship, Andre is the my nigga.
Say it Drizzy, bro. What's wrong with you, fam?
I'm sorry. I'm not used to saying that. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Honestly, I've said it before. It's fine. Go ahead.
Sorry.
I'm a public figure. It's all right.
But this person here next to me is the more dominant one in the relationship. Again, he has guided this relationship to where it is now. Not wholeheartedly. I've had some input, so don't get big-headed. I have had some input. But I feel like in relationships, some women, I can't think of another word apart from trained, but I'm not saying guys need to shut up. I'm not saying guys need to train their girl, but some girls definitely need to be guided by guys in the relationship, as long as the guy is able to kind of guide himself.
Yeah.
If he's self-aware in himself, he'll be able to guide her. And I feel like through, again, these past however many years, it's through the disagreements that you've had, and you've had to sit down and point out about accountability, and I'm looking at you like, what the fuck does accountability mean? What even is that? But through the different disagreements that we've had, it's almost like learning not the other person's pattern of behavior, but even learning like yourself. Learning your own triggers and what gets you heated, and like, all right, you know what? Like, for example, early on in the relationship, I used to absolutely hate it when I used to see Andre, this person here, liking pictures of girls on Instagram. I used to hate it. As a girl, I fucking hate it.
And I liked a lot of them too.
Trust me. He used to follow like specific pages where these girls are like, and I'm just like, no. So that used to trigger me. So
how do you get over that?
But I wanted to know what's the root of that. What's the real root of that?
The real root is jealousy, to be honest with you. Yeah, and that's just being like wholeheartedly honest. Like, he's looking at the, and I'm looking at them like, shit, I don't look like that. My ass don't look like that. I ain't, you know, like, these girls don't look like me. So if he's attracted to that and I look different, then I feel attacked. Like, that's the root of it.
I know I keep interjecting with jokes and shit.
But then, once again, so going back to
you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you a bad thing, you know what I mean? But like, but now, Magz asked a great question. He said, what helped you get past that? Because I think on a base level, that's very understandable. Like, from a girl, you see you guys liking all this stuff, whatever. And as a dude, you understand the difference. Like, but
as a dude,
go on, sorry.
Sorry, I interrupted you, Drizzy. But as a dude, so imagine this. Imagine if your girl's posting those type of pictures. Then, do you know what I mean? She's out there posting like bikini pictures or basically out there, or asses out there. Do you know what I mean? And then she's not happy with you liking the other pictures. Yet she's, do you know what I mean? She's got pictures out there.
Is that double standards?
So ain't that double standards?
What do you mean?
That is the like. How can you be posting like that for other guys to see you, but then you don't like your guy doing that? What? To be honest, like what the guy should do is be that girl's like #1 hype man under every single picture. Hot emojis. Oh my god, you look so good. Posting like his girl everywhere, like bigging her up if that's the dynamic that the relationship is in. But that's just, again, the toxic female side. It's like, nah, like the guy should be posting me everywhere. If you're looking at other girls, post me so then your friends can see me then. Like, you know, but that's just the toxic side of girls.
I wanna get back to, because one step, bro.
Can I just? Oh, sorry.
Go on.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro. You're all right.
I was gonna say, is that like? Because I recognize this in myself also, right? Because I felt ways about certain things and things like that. But then, like, is that like a fear that, like, oh, this person is gonna go ahead and, like, go somewhere else and, like, be somewhere else and be with someone else or some shit like that?
Yeah, that is definitely part of it.
Absolutely,
100%. That is part of it because like you're in your own bubble in your relationship, but at times you're gonna leave the house. Your man's gonna leave the house. What if he comes across that specific girl that you liked on Instagram? What if he's come across a girl that looks like her or is shaped nicer than me or whatever? Like that is definitely a fear.
Nah, and it's definitely, it comes from that sort of like. And again, you're here, so if I say something and you feel like I'm trying to gas it or I'm lying, call me out. Like, call me out. I don't mind being accountable in it. But plenty times in this relationship, the thing that I've always said to Penny, I'm not going to call your government name,
shut up.
like, is it's not a thing about being together, right? You're with me and I'm with you, and we have to both constantly want to be here. Listen, you man knowing it. Like, this girl here, bro, you see you? I love you, you know. You know the shit out of me, but I do love you. I do love you. And like, When you find someone that you want to build with and that, it's an amazing thing. Do you get what I mean? But that doesn't come without difficulty. And the thing I always say is, regardless of how much man might love you or anything like that, like, I'll leave you, dog. Like, we can't ever get lazy, and vice versa as well. Like, we can't ever get lazy in this thing and just get comfortable in getting our shit. Like, we have to both constantly want to be here, because if one of us doesn't want to be here, the option is then to leave, and if you don't leave, it's just going to bring both people down. So to me, it's like it's a constant. I make it sound like fucking hard labor in it, but, but it's a you never get to a point where you're like, okay, now everything is perfect and we cool and we coast. Do you get what I mean? It's like, I think the thing I always try to kind of interject in these conversations with Penny is like, I always say, if someone's being honest here, and again, call me out if I'm lying, but honesty doesn't necessarily have to be good or bad. I have to just let you know what it is so we can deal with what it is.
But then it depends on where your girl is at that point. I know that sounds really shitty, but again, you have to kind of, in a sense, you both do, but you have to meet each other where you are. Because if you come and bring an issue to me that I'm kind of not even slightly ready to deal with, my first thing is, I gotta go. Like, I can't deal with that.
It's like defense mode, isn't it?
And it's the same on the other side. Like, again, if I'm posting these pictures online, but I know that you're not down with it,
of course,
I've got to kind of, unless I'm getting paid from it, then it's just like, you got to kind of just hold it, because I'm getting money, and that money goes towards like our relationship or whatever. But it just, you have to meet each other where you are, and again, just allow for honesty on both sides.
What if where one person is more fucked up than the other?
Then it just depends on how much you're kind of willing to put into the relationship, because again, we're all human beings. We all feel different things at different times, at different levels. Like, I don't know how you feel, or you don't know how I feel, like, physically. So if it's like that, but I really actually want to be with you and build, then it's like, you know what? Again, you have to put your ego to the side. And just, one thing that I had to learn in this relationship, because I didn't see it in the beginning, was that Driz is a separate person to me. For a lot of the relationship, all I saw him as is my boyfriend. That's it. I didn't. I didn't see him as like his own separate person. But again, through all these years, it's like I've now got to the point. It's like, you know what? You are your own person. You are gonna have bad days and good days and whatever. Like, we're all human, but it's getting to that point. Like, you have to allow each other to kind of get to that point, but you have to allow each other.
Do you think that is, I mean, the point of that realization is a pivotal moment, right? So do you think that I forgot how I was trying to phrase this question. I think I kind of like said it with that saying.
Think about it for a second. I was going to say, think about it for a second. Let me just play this voice note, and then you get right to that, yeah?
Big up my brothers. You already know what the time is. Big Will, Big Driz, and by the sounds of things, Miss Drizzy, big up your damn selves. But Drizzy, don't do me so rough, my king. I already know I owe you some correspondence, so don't make me feel any worse than I already do. You get me, king? But it will be an absolute pleasure to grace the platform. The two brothers, them, that I've been listening to, that I believe is approaching the year now. So yeah, my brothers, once we can fit that into the schedule, it will be an absolute fucking pleasure, mate. You know what I mean? And just one more thing, I've been listening in for the past 10 minutes, and I would have to say compromise, if we're talking in terms of how to make a productive relationship flourish. Compromise is an absolute.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Shout out to fam. Words of wisdom. That's why you need to come on the platform and me have saying.
Man. Listen, bro. Respond to the messages, fam. Definitely want to get you on, man. Like, again, because Ultra's been rocking since the beginning, like faithfully, like rocking, tuning in, giving input. Like, and man, again, every week we made the effort to big you up because we appreciate that shit. So yeah, man, one of these episodes we definitely got to get Ultra in, like for real. But I'm sorry, Will, I did cut you because you and Penny were in a good conversation just there. So do you remember what you were saying, or?
Do you think that that moment there, it's a difficult moment to reach, right? We're all in understanding of the fact that like that pivotal moment where you realize, oh, this other person is their own person. Do you think that would, if that moment is not reached, a relationship can carry on and flourish how it should?
Not flourish how it should, no. It depends on the guy in the relationship. Because again, speaking from experience and being that girl that didn't see my man as his own person, that's at that point where I used to get mad at him liking girls' pictures on Instagram or, you know, being his own person. To be honest, he used to be in the studio. Again, you've been here, you've been in the studio, is in the house. I used to get mad at him for being in the studio past a certain time. Why? Yeah, but it's in the same house. I used to be in the next room and I used to be mad, like, why he doesn't care about me. He'd rather be in there. Like, it was just toxic. And that's when it was like, I don't want to say the worst, but the rockiest, where we would have those arguments because why don't you care about me? Why are you not spending all your time with me? Because my existence is around you and our relationship at that point back then. Because I don't see anything past me and you. I don't see anything past our relationship. So why are you spending your time alone, but I'm in there? So it just depends on the guy, because if the guy's willing to kind of put up with the girl's childish kind of, oh, you don't care about me, whatever, then cool, you can probably like go the run. It won't flourish, in my opinion, the way that it should. But if the guy is tolerable to that, then whatever. But if he's not, then, like, no, because again, it got to this point where Driz had to sit me down and say, like, look,
it's so weird you saying Driz.
I feel so uncomfortable saying it. Like, it's so weird, but he had to sit me down and literally say, like, you know, literally verbatim say, I am my own person. Like, I have my own things. I want to, again, do music, make beats, make t-shirts, do whatever it is that he wants to do, even if it's go out for a walk. Again, like, we've got this running joke in the house, like, say he walks down to the shop. I used to believe that he used to have, like, a side chick, like, everywhere. When he used to go to Asda, it's like, oh, he's going to go see his Asda Bay, or go into town, he's going to go meet up with this girl, whatever. And I used to get a little head about it, but that's because I never used to see him as his own person. It's like, why are you out there socializing with these other people, but I'm sat here kind of waiting for you by myself? But I did that to myself. Yeah, I'm the one that's like sat there waiting for him, and like, you know, again, I'm sorry to anybody listening, but I'm Indian. I've been brought up on like waiting hand and foot on your man, like whatever your man needs, you're there. Like, I was in that mentality a lot. But again, it gets to a point where it's just like, it's not only just for your relationship. You've got to think about yourself. Like, do I really want to be driving myself crazy, even though he's gone to the shop, but I think he's out with some woman?
Yeah, I mean, you, man, the amount of times I've been in the crib, and this is years ago, but Shorty will be whiling in the yard about some bullshit, and I'll be like, yo, if you're gonna beef me about other bitches, I at least need to be able to get some other bitches. Then, you know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna do all of this, bro, I should at least go and. But the whole point of even saying that and even bringing that shit up is to say, like, how can I explain it? We live in a day and age where both men and women are brought up under a conditioning that isn't very productive, let's say. And the way that we're kind of taught to interact with one another especially in matters of love and the heart and relationships and all that, is very rigid.
Yeah.
And the thing about rigidity is that people aren't rigid. People have smooth slopes. Like everything isn't black and white. Like there's grey as well. And
I have a theory. I have a theory of where that comes from.
Okay.
The rom-coms and the Disney movies and shit. Because they sell... No, fuck the social media, because that's a byproduct. I'm saying, alright, think about it like this. Every kid, they grow up watching, like, Disney shit, because their parents put them in front of Disney shit. All the princesses and all that shit. But, like, all the princes usually are kind of douchebags. And all the princesses are usually like looking for Prince Charming, and Prince Charming comes through and he got the white horse and he go make her a queen and all sorts, right? And it's like all that has a definite impact on somebody's psychology and how they go forward thinking about relationships, right? Think about rom-coms. Like rom-coms are like, or even like those romantic movies, you know, like fucking The Fault in Our Stars and all that type of shit. It's like that shit it can happen. It's real life, but blood, that's not how it plays out for everybody, fam. That's like it's unrealistic for you to expect your life to play out like fucking Princess Diaries or something like that, right? But then. We all have adopted this thing of like, because we all watched the same shit. We all did watch all that shit. So we've all adopted these kind of mentalities that are like, it's counterproductive to having a healthy relationship, to the point where like guys like, I don't know, It's unrealistic. Do you know what I mean? Because like that's movies, that's movie shit. Just the same way that you see like an actor getting killed on screen, you don't like lament their death. You lament the death of the character. You cry about the death of the character, but you're not crying because Matthew McConaughey got stabbed in his eye, because he didn't really get stabbed in his eye. Fam.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Unless you're the woman with Alec Baldwin in it, like she got shot. But we'll
she
leave
did?
that.
God damn! Hey,
but ignore me, bro. Just carry on, bro. Just carry on. Just ignore me, fam. Just carry on.
I agree, Will.
Because all those things set like the foundation for how you like go forward, right? So if you have, let's say, for us guys, let's say like Johnny Bravo, right? He was out here, fam. Any girl what he see, you want to talk to her. He looked like a triangle, built like a fucking brick shit house, fam. He out here, fam. Every girl that he see, he doing the little eyebrow thing and it make the little sound of the little eyebrow sound when he pull his eyebrow and be like, hey, baby, all that shit. It's like, we watch that shit and we like, oh yeah, nah, he a cool nigga, fam. Need to do that. Friends, Joey. To this day, I think Joey my favorite character, fam, because he just out here oblivious to everything, but he's just out here getting gal, fam, from anywhere and anywhere, fam. He just out here, fam,
in his bag, in it.
Yeah, fam, and it's like all those things do have an impact because we're growing up and we're learning about how the world works, through all these things, all this media stuff. And now we trickle it down to the social media because this is like a recent thing, and that's the last like 10 years of social media, right? And now all our conceptions of reality, of relationships, are based on what we see and what can happen right now. How can I feel right now? Do I feel good right now, or do I not feel good right now? That's the training. If I don't like it, then I just don't like it. But it's like that's counterproductive to a good relationship, because you really could have a good woman / a good man, but then because they have some flaws, you're already like, oh yeah, nah, this is not the one. He's not Prince Charming. Yeah. He can't be because he got flaws. Oh,
but don't you think men
Disney
do that
princess.
as well to women?
Yeah, this is what I was about to say. This can't be my Disney princess. She got flaws. Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna go find another one that ain't got flaws. But the fucked up thing is, everybody flawed, fam.
No one's perfect.
Nobody's perfect.
But just with the point that you made, I fully agree that women get their kind of perception of relationships and men from the rom-com side of things. Like, I 100% agree with that. But just speaking kind of, say maybe as a teenager, then like that, around that age. Rom-coms for females, yes. And again, like you said, that's toxic, that's not sustainable. But again, I'm asking, but don't you feel like at that age, men or boys at that age are more influenced by, say, the music that's out? So again, around our age.
Oh no, because we watching porn, B. We listen at that age. We watching porn and we being like, oh
but
yeah.
Again, I was getting onto that as well.
Big porno, fam. Fuck you talking about, nigga. The notebook.
We see now we can twist up girl and then you don't want to G
broken out, fam. Fuck you talking about, dog? The notebook.
Yeah,
the notebook. No. Tell this man.
Nah, I hear it. Like, yeah, but that's toxic too, because then that's the kind of that's the perception guys have of relationships. It's like, all right, I'm gonna go knock on this girl's door and I'm gonna get pussy. Like,
go deliver a pizza to a girl and get pussy.
And that's it.
The rom-coms are probably like in a little hole in the pizza box, and she gonna love that shit.
Oh my gosh, this is so amazing! Like.
Madness.
But the rom-coms are equally toxic. I'm not saying that they are, because your man's meant to like just run around after you or whatever. But I think it just comes down to when you are in that relationship that you want to be in. Again, the main thing I think for men, putting your ego to the side. The main thing for women is allowing honesty. When it gets to that point of being in a relationship, because we've all grown up with toxic shit, like all of us.
Oh, for real.
100%. And most of us are still toxic now. Like, I'm not saying that, but it just comes down to what you're actually willing to do for yourself. Are you willing to kind of get over your own toxicity for yourself? And if you do have a man / a woman or whatever you want to be with, are you willing to put that to the side to build forward with that? Because again, it just comes down to self. Like, it's anything. If I really want to be able to lift this weight on the floor, I can't just lift it, or I can't do it. I will train every single day to be able to lift that weight. And it's the same with anything. You have to be able to not train's the wrong word, but you have to learn.
Make a concerted effort every day to try and do something about it.
100%, yeah.
You hear how this nigga talk like me, fam? This nigga don't sound like Drizzy speaking on the phone, fam. You hear this nigga talk like me, bro. Like, you know what I mean? You think you came in the door like this, bro? You think you came in the door like this? You think you came in like
No, like, honestly, I was like, what, like a puppy from a shelter, like when we first got together. Like, now, again, a lot of things, because even the conversation we was having before, females, the way that they react in relationships comes down to past relationships, and that is so easy to say, and it's so cliche, but again, like, this is the only relationship that I've ever actually been in. But the relationships I had with men before that were toxic. Again, my dad, my brother, like all the men around me, I never really knew how to have a relationship with a man, no matter what kind of level that relationship was. So again, early on in the relationship, I was reacting to a lot of stuff out of defense, out of like, oh my God, like, this has never happened before. Like, again, like, how do I react to knowing that my man likes to watch porn? I feel attacked because that's never been in my environment before. So I'm going to take that as a personal attack. But again, you have to, as your own person, be able and be willing to grow past that for yourself. And if not for yourself, for the relationship. And if not for the relationship, for yourself.
Yeah.
You see, even to that same point though, yeah, about like growing past it and shit. On the man side, because what like the porn thing is, and again, I've spoke about on the podcast for like porno king, bro. Like I'll log into a quick XX whatever, fam. Like let's run it, you know what I mean? But like
triggered.
I know. But it's like with something like that, because we exist in a sense of duality, what happens a lot of times is if there's something that a man realizes that his woman finds unpleasing or whatever, we usually are very quick to be like, oh babe, no, and try to like coddle that thing. Yeah. And again, tell me if I'm wrong in it. Like I like the accountability show, it's quite cool. But it's like, for me, with certain shit, even with fucked up shit, again, I feel like it's always important to be very upfront about that, because it's like there are going to be points in life where there's shit that you do that I'm not really keen on, and there's shit that I may do that you may not be keen on.
But what if I'm not ready to bring that to you though? What if I know what I'm doing is toxic, but I'm not ready to bring that to you?
Then you would need to be aware that you're not ready, as opposed to if someone brings it to you, get defensive. You'd have to be aware, you know what, this person isn't bringing this to me in malice, but I'm not ready to receive this message. Now, I understand that's a lot to ask from somebody. That's a lot of self-awareness to ask from a person. Like, I understand that in it. But I think, again, in any kind of relationship, and even away from just the romantic element, in a friendship, in a business relationship, whatever, I feel like it's important to always allow the other party to be, as you said before, like an individual, where Will might come to me with an idea and I might think this is the dumbest idea I've ever heard in my life. Well, I don't know what kind of bullshit my guy's saying to me, but I have to be aware enough that he may have information that I don't have, or he may have a perspective that I don't have. So even though I may think this is bullshit, I at least want to give him the opportunity to explain why it's not bullshit. Now, if he explains it and I'm still like, it's some bullshit, then that's for us to figure out. Because if he's that passionate about it, or if he's like, nah, it's not bullshit, then it depends how much I would care about him and he would care about me. For me to be like, you know what, bro, I don't get it, but the fact that you feel this way about it, I have enough of a credit score with you where I fuck with you enough where even if I don't get it, I trust that you're trying to do something good, or at least you're trying to work through or whatever. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. It's like, go on.
Which, yeah, I hear it, but a lot of guys in relationships don't do that.
Not true.
For the other side.
That's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying. It's like the man's side on that, because you know what it is, yeah? And I'll just speak from a Jew's perspective. It's like, especially younger years, or if you're someone who isn't as in tune with self, potentially, like, you're in a relationship with a girl, shit gets a bit rocky. The way that men are conditioned, we're conditioned to appease women. So if you go out with your niggas and you're trying to get bitches, we're conditioned to go out, you buy the drink, smooth talk, your outfit on point, like you trying to meet a standard or a level. If your girl upset, you trying to like speak to her and make her understand, you trying to get to a level with her. And it's like, I think it takes a strong mind that, and you can speak to this, but when your girl's whiling, to be like, yo, you whiling, and that's okay, but I stand in this. Yeah. And for that to not come from an angry place, or come from a, bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? You want fucking bitch? Like, without doing all of that sort of shit. It's like, I think there is an important element of a man that is, if you have a valid point of view, even if your girl doesn't get it, it's not like, well, fuck you, but it's like, you may not understand. And I think it takes that strength of a man to do that. So even if your girl whiling, to be like, listen, you whiling, and you have every right to while because you are your own person, and however you feel. Brem, what have I told you? Benny, what have I told you? What? See, you did it to me, I did it to you. What have I told you from the jump of our ship? However you feel is however you feel, and no one can ever tell you that's wrong. It may be misinformed, it may be misguided, but how you feel It's how you feel. And the same way that I want my feelings to be respected, I have to respect your feelings, even if I disagree with them. So if you whiling and I know you shouldn't be whiling, I have to respect where your feelings are coming from.
But how do I, like, what gives you the kind of authority and the right to, all right, you said that I'm whining, so I'm whiling.
Because I'm the man of your life, you know what I mean? Because I'm the guidance system, you know what I mean? I'm the nigga that when shit gets crazy, I'm like, all right, let's figure this out. Because not to sound cliche and shit, but you can probably attest to when shit gets sticky, you're more so the emotional one.
Shut up.
And I'm more so the, all right, let's look at this logically thing. And I know that's an old cliche and
that's what us men do. We fix shit.
Yeah, we are.
But the thing about logic, though, the thing about logic, which I've had to learn from being with Penny, and it's like, again, I don't ever want this to sound like a one-way system. Like, she teaches me things every day. Like, being with her has taught me a lot. Whether it's through good experiences or bad experiences, whatever, like, I learn in it. But the thing about logic, what we tend to do as men a lot is put the emotional thing to a side, because it's like, well, that doesn't matter. Like, this is what makes sense. And what I've learned is that you have to be empathetic and compassionate. So, again, your girl's whiling about something that you know she shouldn't be whiling about because you know you're not doing no mad thing. But you have to ask yourself, all right, where is this coming from? Because clearly for her to be whiling, there's a feeling there that's been triggered by something. Yeah. So what's really happening here? Let's get to the bottom of this. Where is this feeling? Because I'm not doing no crazy shit on you, shorty. You know what I mean? Because of who I am. Because of who I am. Do you get what I mean? So where is this feeling? But even in that, the thing I've had to explain to Penny a lot, because we have, you know what? For a girl, for a woman, like, you have very high level conversations that most girls won't even entertain, won't even allow you to get a point of view across. And again, that comes with like years of just being in the shit and that. But it's like, if you're in a position where you can't even communicate with your shorty, where she don't even want to hear what you're saying, it's already too peak. Do you know what I mean? Because, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but the thing that I feel helps push our shit forward when there's a collision or a difference of opinion is the fact that you have seen enough about the character that I am, that if I'm saying some shit, I mean it. And even if you don't agree or you think, what the fuck, how could you say that? That it's not coming from a malicious place, because you've been exposed to me enough where you know, like, this nigga's not a malicious dude. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. And if he's expressing a feeling to me, even if I don't like that thing that he's expressing, it's not coming from a place of like an op. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. And I think, again, with any of these things, it's a two-way street. Do you get what I mean? It's always a thing for me, like, I have to respect how you feel about things, but in the same way, if I do that for you, I also expect you to give me that respect back. So if I come to you and I say some shit that might sound crazy, the same way that I respect you when you whiling, I want you to respect that shit too. And if we both are willing to do that for one another, then there's always space to learn. Do you get what I mean? There's always space to build and grow and do shit from there. But
one thing I don't think guys actually fully understand or even realize is that when females or women are emotional, our emotions are real. Again, it might come across like we're just being crazy and toxic, but that's just because, again, speaking from experience, women don't really know how to communicate our feelings kind of properly. So it always comes out like, yeah, we're just being like toxic, crazy girlfriends. But I don't think men actually understand or realize how real the emotions are for a woman. Because again, like, I can wholeheartedly say, and this is one thing that I am grateful for, is that this man here has never stepped out on me. He's never done me wrong like that.
Come on, air horns for that, bro.
Yeah, we'll mouth the sounds from back here.
But you see with that, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. But you see with that, yeah, what, again, just the character of who I am, like, I'm not good at like the lying shit. Do you get what I mean? I'm not good at that. Like, and this girl, this one here, like, occupies enough time where, bro, I can't even have a whole of a bitch in my, like, that's nah. But
I don't need to sound so sad about it. Shit.
Shut up. But what I realized, and I heard someone say this on something like years ago, but it takes the exception of the rule to prove the rule. And what I mean is this: if I was a nigga that stepped out on my girl and shit, me trying to bring certain conversations to her is just air, because it's like, nigga, you stepped out on me, you dirty dick bastard, like, fuck you, and can't tell me nothing. It takes having not only the self-awareness and self-control, but the discipline of self as a man who, not to be crude, my darling, but can go and get gal if he decided to not indulge that part of yourself. It's an ego thing, innit? That's all that shit is. But it's like being in that position where, and this ain't no shit where I told her to say that, or like, but on some real shit, like I ain't stepped on my girl, like that's just not who I am in it. But it takes the nigga who's never stepped on you to explain why niggas will step on their girl. Do you get what I mean? And I don't reach the position of a dude who's never done that to just be like, yeah, fuck these niggas who do that. Because as a man, I understand where that comes from. I understand, and I explain and have explained to Penny over the years, I have the capacity to do that. I don't ever want you to think, I mean, don't get it twisted, I am a fantastic, wonderful nigga. Like, let's you know what I mean? Let's not get it fucked up.
If you do say so yourself.
Like, I'm great. Don't get it fucked up. But
like that.
I'm not so amazing that I'm above any of these temptations that men face. And the thing I try to do with Penny is explain that shit and talk about that shit. Do you get what I mean? Because I think a lot of the kind of frustration, it's as simple as this, yeah? It's as simple as this. A guy's with a girl, they're going through a frustrating time in their relationship, and then there's another girl that show up and she's just nice and she's understanding and she gets it and she this and that. And a lot of niggas think like, oh shit, I'm in love with this other girl, bro, like, rah. But you're not really in love with that other girl, fam. You enjoy the space where you can be understood without judgment. And what happens a lot of the time, and again, the way that we're conditioned is in relationships, we have certain expectations, which isn't a bad thing.
Ooh, that's something I had written down about the expectations.
Oh, gang, okay, we'll go in on that. Like, the thing with the expectations, what happens when you set an expectation is that you set yourself the possibility to be let down or to be disappointed. And I'm not against having particular requirements in a relationship, because I think it is important to have your
boundaries and shit, right?
But the thing that I always try to explain is like, we're two human beings that are both imperfect in our own ways, and we've joined forces, and we're trying to find the best route within our imperfection for us to coexist and be here. So, and I heard this on a podcast. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was a great soundbite. I was gonna tweet it, but I didn't run it past the missus, so I thought I'd allow it. But with great dick comes great responsibility. Do you get what I mean? And you can't just be frivolous with your shit because you're frivolous with your shit, because it can really tie your shit up. And if you find somebody that's worth investing in, as a man, you have to have, or you should have, the self-discipline where if your partner's not on board with you dealing with no other people, because everybody's situation is their own, but if your partner's not on board with that and they set that out as a requirement and a prerequisite, then it's like, okay, I have to have the discipline to maintain this situation with you. I know that that's one of your non-negotiables. But what happens a lot of time is that man will, whatever contract is put in front of them by the girl, they'll sign the contract and then just go against the contract, bro. Just fuck it in it. Like, man will sell the dream and do all of this shit and and then once they get the gal and whatever, then it's like, oh shit, alright, let me just do what I'm doing, do my thing. Do you know what I mean? And I think it's important to, I don't want to say not set expectations, and I'm going to let you go in a sec, but I think it's important to understand in relationships that we're all imperfect beings that have the capacity to be imperfect.
Yeah.
And as long as somebody is genuinely trying, I think it's important to be the support system in the weakness for someone else. So if I have a propensity of just wanting like 10,000 bitches, but I love you, there'll be times where I'm going to feel like, right, I want bare bitches, bro. And what a relationship is supposed to do, I'm supposed to be able to come to you with that feeling and not to be held against you or judged. And I can understand why people would hold it. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
But what you want is a space where you can be vulnerable enough to share your true honesty, and someone else embrace that and tell you it's okay. Even if that's not the correct thing, we can work to make it correct, as opposed to what usually happens is just that rash, like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So, sorry. Go.
I can't speak for all girls, like, obviously I can't, but what you literally just said is that, you know, ultimately every single guy has that propensity, whether they're in a relationship or not, to go out and get pussy, no matter what. Again, we've had those conversations, we've had those arguments, whatever, but that is one of the main reasons why a girl will kind of, in a sense, be a little bit crazy or a little bit toxic towards their man, because they understand that they have that capacity to go out and do that shit. Now, it's not good that women do that, because all we're trying to do is hold on to what we have tighter. But doing that, the other person feels strangled or like, whatever. Yeah. But that's all, in a sense, that's where our heart is in that shit. It's just like, listen, we understand that if we're with you as a female, we're going to think that you're attractive. We understand that other girls are going to look at you like you're attractive too. And we understand that as a man, you have that capacity to go out and get bitches and even go past that point and lie about it and continue on your relationship like nothing's ever happened. We understand that not only as men, but everybody has that capacity to lie about shit that they've done. And I think that's when shit gets a bit sticky in relationships, because then the girl starts acting out of like defense, and she just wants her man to be around her all the time. Because if you're out on the streets,
it's like a frustration in it.
Yeah, if you're out on the streets, we know that there's going to be girls about.
They're doing some madness.
Exactly.
And that a girl will fuck your man. And
listen, I've said this, and thank God there's no like female listeners at the moment. But I hate girls. I hate girls. Girls are bitches, they're toxic. And as a female, like, again, there's like, even like, say some females that Drizzle work with, there was one like was being a bit too friendly for my liking. He's like, no, whatever, it's just and I'm like, all right, cool. This girl pops up, hey, sexy, excuse me. Excuse me.
Excuse we, dog.
Let's slow down there now.
like shut that shit off now. And I will say it, hand on my heart, I stood over his shoulder and watched what he typed, because no, I'm not allowing this to happen. You can speak to females at work, whatever, you can have your friendly banter, but when it gets to that point, like, no. Because as a female, I understand that no matter what, if I like this guy and he's got a girl, I'm going to give a shit about the girl. I'm going to make myself be that, oh my God, I'm such a girly girl, whatever. So you kind of put your guy attention on me.
Now, quick question.
That's very interesting.
I do want Magz and Will to think of different things to ask you, because you might not want to be here for the 4 or 5 hours.
No, there's a point that y'all raised. Fuck, I forgot it now.
Think about it. Think about it. What I was gonna say is, as a woman, what if you were to try and give any like female listeners, or even just people in general, if there was any realistic relationship, not idealistic, but like realistic understanding, sometimes you may not be your best self, I am not my best. What would you say to somebody? Like, how how do you have a successful
Boy.
Hey,
successful relationship? Like how do you, or at least what do you think maybe it takes to do that from a person, even if you want to take gender or whatever out of it? Like
understanding. Again, you have to understand that this person has their own feelings about things. They have their own perspective on things. That you don't own them. And I'm not being racist before you start trolling me. No.
you are.
That was the point that I wanted to make just now. I've been saying that, fam. You cannot own a person, bro. Like, that person came from their own experiences, their own life, their own all of the shit happening, all their own experiences and that. So, like, how they think about and see the world is based on, obviously, like, all those experiences and all that shit that's happened. So, like, as much as you are with them and you want them to be with you, like, you cannot control that person. You cannot own that person. You cannot be like, or like, you cannot discount the shit that happened to them before, basically. You cannot discount the previous experiences that they've had. There must be like a level of understanding there, so that at least like you can know. I don't know. It's gonna sound mad, but it's so that you can know what you're dealing with, basically.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
100%.
And then at the same time, you also got to have enough of the self-awareness to know that, like, sometimes when you feel a way about certain things, that's like you feel a way about certain things.
Yeah, and that is
how you feel, right? And it's like you cannot expect this whole totally different person to have your perspective on this one thing that is there.
Yeah.
So there has to be, like you said, the understanding of knowing that, like, you do not own this person. This person is, ring bells for this one, their own person, because y'all said this enough times, and I'm so happy that y'all said that, because I've been telling Magz this as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, not in a like, oh yeah, ooh, but just like, you know, when we have these conversations, I'm like, I think the most important thing is like just to kind of try and understand each other and try and understand that, like, all right, although this person is in a relationship with me, this person is still their own person. They still think what they think and how they think. They still feel how they feel, whatever they feel. They still, like, perceive everything the way that they perceive it. You didn't change their perception.
But you have to be adaptable when you're in a relationship. Because you can't be the same person when you're in a relationship.
Because that's what comes with knowing that you don't own the person.
There you go, my brother.
That's what comes with knowing that this person is their own person.
Yes.
Because then you come to that understanding that, oh shit, alright, this person go and like make some decisions or whatever, and they go and like carry on a certain way or do this or do that. But then now, if you guys have obviously like had those conversations, you know, like, this person act like this because this happened or this happened, or you know what I'm saying? And it's like, it makes a lot of sense. And there gotta be like a little bit of understanding towards that.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Because
I'm so happy that you guys brought that. Sorry.
No. A lot of how people react to things, no matter if you're in a relationship or not, it comes from your past and what you've been through. Like you could have gone through something so traumatic in the past, and that still affects you now. And because of that, like, again, you could have had a mishap on a train or something. That anytime you're around a train, you're like a panic attack or something, like whatever, like. And it's just understanding, again, even in a relationship, it's understanding, all right, you know, Andre doesn't eat pork. All right, I understand that, so I don't really bring, like, I know that's really minor, but it's just like understanding that what makes the other person tick. But not only that, what are my triggers in this relationship? What makes me tick? Because I need to control that for myself as well. It's not just about controlling the other person, and that is a misunderstanding, I think, in a lot of relationships, because women don't know how to express themselves.
And men don't know how to express themselves. I think women know how to express themselves better, I feel like, than men.
Emotionally.
In their emotions.
Their emotions.
Yeah.
Well, that's men are logic.
Yeah, nah, we like the emotional okay, I'll say like we do have a degree of emotional intelligence, but I feel like women got a much higher like understanding and grasp of that shit. They got a higher mastery of the emotional
I disagree.
intelligence.
Women have a higher capacity to be emotional, but women don't understand their emotions a lot, and I'm speaking from experience.
Oh damn!
Because,
okay.
Woman now.
Because again, little things like before I used to think that Mr. Man used to be funny with his phone. I used to think that he's phone upside down when he's around me, or like not going on Instagram around me like ever, or little things, and that used to like trigger me. But shit, I lost my point now. What was I saying?
So you was chatting shit in it.
No, shut up.
God bless you.
The whole point was essentially like you were just saying that was
the emotions, because then the emotions from that, I'm going to feel triggered by it, and I'm going to take it out on you because I don't understand my emotions. I don't understand that
where that's coming
where it's coming from. All right, he's liked a picture on Instagram. Why do I now feel triggered to like want to beef him? That doesn't make sense.
It's like medicine that treats the symptoms and not the cause, innit?
Because then women will then just go, again, like we've had this argument, and he said this to me so much, but a lot of the times my emotions are my reality, and that's when it gets really fucked up, because I think how I feel is what is happening, but how I feel is how I feel, and that's not the actual reality of what's happening. Like they always say, there's three sides to the truth, like your side, my side, and the truth. Like, why are you laughing?
Nigga, what's going on here? All of my bars from you need to give me my flowers, bro. Fuck that.
But anyway, with a lot of females, from experience, my emotions are my reality, and how I feel is what is happening. I feel like you're speaking to some girl, and that is my reality. So that's why I feel like that's slightly wrong, because women just have the higher capacity to be emotional, but they don't understand their emotions, and that's a lot of self. You have to look into yourself, or whatever that saying is, like to understand that and understand that. Again, I'm not fucking perfect, like by no means, but before. Again, he can tell you I used to be a lot worse than what I am now, but now I understand, like, all right, I feel this way. Let me go and meditate on why I feel this way and what's triggered me. And when I'm ready to, I will then bring the conversation. Because if not, I'm going to bring a conversation that I kind of have that's like bringing a gun with no bullets. You've got no ammunition. You just go in there to show that you're big and bad and whatever. But then when it actually comes down to it, it's like, shit, I don't have any points to make. I'm in my feelings. Because I'm just in my feelings.
The thing I always say with this sort of thing is like, you can't understand anything that you're deeply in. So conversations I'll have with you is like, I've sort of said to her, pause. I've said to her, like, you're deeply in love. And it's not that I'm not in love, but men aren't attached to love the way that women are, especially in romantic situations. Like, we both love, but the way that we love is different. And for a lot of women, like, they just in love, they just feel it, and it's just passion, and just, oh my God, I just love this motherfucker. Like, and that's a beautiful thing. It is. But the thing with that is when shit goes left, that same passion is turned in a negative way. The thing that, say, we've gone through a lot is, and you always say that I'm condescending when I do this sort of shit, but it's literally a matter of the patience of saying, all right, you're doing this right now, and this is probably why you're doing it. And we can work this out, or you can continue doing this. Because like I say almost every week, I feel, especially since the blackification of our podcast, like I'm with all fam, come on, bro. I'm with all the fuck shit always. And if you want it to be some toxic fuck shit, I'm with the chaos at all times. But I understand that chaos doesn't serve a better purpose than love. So if we both want to love each other and both want to help each other and build each other because we recognize something good within one another, then we both have to be willing to hear each other. But because the way you love as a woman is different to the way that I love as a man, the way that we hear each other also has to be different. Meaning I have to be able to speak to what you're actually feeling to rise something up in you enough where you go, you know what, actually I didn't think about it like that. In the same way, if you react to something that I do, your response should be that of one that rises up that same thing. But the problem usually tends to be the way that we're taught to communicate is that of conflict and aggression. Black Twitter is just black men versus black women, all of it's dead. Like, we're taught to communicate in a combative, aggressive way. That's not really solution based. It's just about what I say and what I feel. And usually when those two forces collide, it just becomes a much worse situation. And again, I think it takes both people on both sides to be willing to say, you know what, I'll put my sword down even if you don't. Because if you're not willing to do that, then nobody's really going to put their sword down. Do you get what I mean? And I think,
but where it gets a bit thing, and I'm again speaking from experience to what you just said, is that sometimes, not a lot of the times, but sometimes in some situations, I don't feel, or even women don't understand why we feel the way that we feel. So I can have an issue with something that you're doing, but ultimately I don't, without having to sit and do like the hours of introspective work, at this point where like I'm kind of feeling away, I don't understand why I feel the way that I feel. So to the point where you just made cool, but that's where it does get a little bit sticky, because there's been plenty of times where I've just been like, all right, I feel away, but I don't know why the fuck I feel this way. But I feel like I need to bring this to you as an issue anyway, because you're doing something that I don't like.
Who does the accountability fall on in a situation like that?
Well, shut up. Obviously, it's going to be the woman. Obviously, it's going to have to be the woman in that situation. But obviously, when it comes down to the response of it, the accountability is on the man on how you respond to it. But with that, and also the understanding and the patience, because again, as men, I know you're not innately like patient, but you have to kind of give your girl time to get there.
Empathy and compassion.
Yeah.
It's the understanding that you're coming from your own perspective, and as ill-advised as I may think your perspective may be at any point, you don't have your perspective because you think it's wrong. In your mind, you think what you're doing is the right thing. And if I see something good in you, then I have to try and help you dig to the center of this misdirection. If I don't see something good in you, then fuck it, just run the things and we'll run the things. But if I want to invest in you and shit, it takes the empathy. You know what it takes here? You know, we were talking on our last podcast, I speak about the blackification of the pod. Yeah, one of the conversations we were having where you were saying, you know what, bro, sometimes people are just in a low space in themselves and you have to be big enough to forgive that. Pause. Nigga, you say pause more than I do.
Sorry.
But you have to be enough of a whole person in yourself to forgive that misdiscretion, because as ill as it may seem, that person probably isn't doing this because they think
out of malice.
Yeah. And I think it's the same sort of thing. I think it's like, the way I think about it is I said think way too many times. With women, right, I believe that they are like the engine to the car. I believe that the woman the passion that they live behind, the way they love, like just a woman's energy is like a driving force. Like if you as a man, you low in your life and you've got women in your life, whether it's a romantic partner, a sibling, a family member, mother, auntie, whatever, grandma, whatever, like having a strong woman in your life puts such a battery in your back. Like it's a different thing in it. Like it puts a battery in you, like when you like, yo, fuck that. Like I can do anything, bro. Like there's a strength that a woman's love gives in it. And I think that's like the engine of the car. I feel like a man's love is like, and this is just my opinion, but I feel like a man's love is like the steering and the hydraulics of the car. I feel like the way that men love is in a very, I don't want to say specific, but we as men, or most men, not all, but we try to understand everything about life. We go through life and we try to gain as much understanding about it in order to use that understanding to better our circumstances. And so when we get into situations with a woman that we have a vulnerability and a love for, there's like, okay, we understand that she might while out about some shit and she might not be willing to hear none. And so a lot of times when shit goes crazy, the man will be more like, nah, babe, like, come on, like, nah, come on, like, do, like, kind of trying to appease that thing because we understand that she has the capacity to not give a fuck about nothing you saying. And even if it makes sense, it don't even matter. Like, it don't matter. And so the way that we approach love is almost very tactile, where men feel deeply, like we feel deeply in it, but we're conditioned to not be in tune with that deep feeling. So a lot of times what we'll usually do is some fucked up shit happens in life, dig your heels in and carry on, work through it, grind through it. Like just, that's what we're programmed to do. We're not really programmed to take the time and deal with this thing that's happened. It's a grind through it. And I think a lot of guys take that mentality to relationships where shit gets sticky. It's like, the honest truth is most men don't have the belief in their girl to have the understanding that the girl will need to have to get past what's going on. So what most men will try and do is just dig through the bad times. Like, all right, man, like, fuck it. She's going to go crazy. We're going to argue, but man, just get through this and then she's going to calm down and then you know what I mean? Yeah. And the way that I try to excavate my land is... And again, you sat here, you can tell these niggas if I'm lying at any point, like, despite what anybody may say about me trying to misuse the platform. Like, the thing for me is shit don't have to be going bad for me to sit you down and bring honesty to you that you may not be ready to hear. Shit could be going amazing, fam. I'm not one of those niggas that wait till an argument happens and then spurt some shit out that I've been holding in my heart. I don't do that. Everything can be rosy, everything can be great, and it's like, if you bring this up, this might fuck shit up, you know. But for me, the honesty is worth it. For me, it's like, even though everything is great, there's something that I feel or there's something that I think, and I respect you so much that I'm willing to risk turbulent times to give you my honesty. That's how I try to approach a lot of these shits. And again, I understand that not all people will deal with things like that, but I think, in my personal belief, but I think it takes something like that to get through, like, especially in this day and age, bro, where like you can just go online, like these dating apps or whatever, go on and just find bitches, or if you're a heterosexual girl, find niggas, like, and everybody's disposable, and if certain don't work out, you can just go on to the next. And we're not taught within this current time to invest in people, and that shit can get really fucked up before it gets better. Like, we're taught if shit goes left, dip out. Yeah, girls, if he don't buy you the Birkin bag after 3 dates, then, or you know what I mean, or if you don't fuck her after the first couple, like all these sort of things that we're taught is not about investing in the future. It's like an ephemeral thing, and I think it's important that, again, if you find somebody that you believe is worth investing in, you have to do that wholeheartedly. Like, if you mislead the stockholders, that's inside trading, bro. Like, and that's illegal. It's like you have to represent yourself, to me anyway, in the most honest way possible, even if that doesn't put you in the best light. Meaning, I'm so dope that I can get you completely infatuated with me and sell you a dream. But rather than sell you a dream, I'm going to tell you who I am so that you can make an informed and educated decision whether this is something you want to continue with or not. Because why would I hide who I am, trick you into being in this thing, and then weeks, months, or years down the line, you figure out, wait a minute, this nigga isn't who the fuck I thought he was, bro. Like, what the fuck is this? This ain't what I signed up for. Do you get what I mean? So for me, my thing is always like, I'll give you the ugly truth so that you have all of the information to base a decision on. And whatever decision you make is fine, because I'm respecting your right to do that. Do you get what I mean? But again, a lot of times we live in a thing where people are selling their best selves. People are selling the positive aspects of themselves and the things that are good and da-da-da-da-da. And when we enter situations, a lot of times we feel like we've found something, like, oh shit, I found this girl or I found this guy and fucking I don't want to lose this. And it's like the old saying, if you love something, set it free. So one thing I've always said to my girl, in it, and tell them, again, I'm going to keep saying this, tell these niggas if I'm lying. Tell them if I'm lying. It'll be great content for the podcast, innit? But I've always said, I don't control you. I don't own you. You don't belong to me. If you want to do something, even if I don't like it, I can never tell you that you can't do something. You are an adult human being. You are your own sentient being. I don't have power over you like that.
Even if it jeopardizes the relationship.
Say again?
Even if it jeopardizes the relationship, though, you're not happy with it. Even if it jeopardizes the relationship.
Robert De Niro in the film Crash, but it might not be Crash. I can't remember what film it is. There's a great quote, and the quote is, "Never love something that you can't leave in 30 seconds or less." Now, that sounds really harsh on the front of it, but the thing behind it is this. Again, Ellie, I love this woman. I'm not afraid to say it on airwaves for the man them. I love you, dog. You amazing. But the thing that I understand is that in order for our situation to continue to move in a positive way, I can't ever be in a space where I don't want to be here, but I'm tolerating being here. And I say to her, I love you, and if we broke up, it would break me, fam. I'd probably make the best music of my life. Amazing shit, dog. It would break me, fam. But I'm willing to do that in order to live in my truth. I'm willing to sever what we have in order to live a good, happy, positive, away from that sort of shit life. And the fact that I'm willing to do that means that every day that I'm here is because I want to be here and I want to work on this. And as long as you also want to work on this, we'll always have a common ground. So for me, to answer what Magz is saying, even to the detriment of the relationship, if Penny come to me and said, yo, I want to fuck Bear, man, like, bro, do you want to say anything? Do you want to? Shut the fuck up. If she come to me and said that, yeah, but she was serious about that, I would have to sit down and be like, okay, you brought something to me that I don't agree with, but let me understand where this is coming from. And if this is coming from a genuine place and a genuine thing, I can't ever tell you that you can't do that. It could change the parameters of our relationship. It could even jeopardize the relationship. But I can't ever tell you that you can't do something. Because once I tell you that you can't do it and you want to do it, but you're only not doing it because I said that you can't, we're fucked already. We're already fucked.
Oh, wow. Hey,
this
Driz,
can never be a thing.
Sorry, can I just interject really quickly?
Of course.
You see, that same point that you're speaking to, at a point, I stopped drinking, I even stopped smoking, all sorts, bro. But then as soon as that situation was done, blood, the way I went into overdrive with this shit, bro. I said, oh, smoking? Oh, yeah, fam. That's Z a week, fam. Oh, drinking? Blood. On turn up, fam.
Nah, I hear that.
All that time, I was holding myself back because I'm like, oh, you know, maybe this person ain't gonna like that. And you know what I'm saying? I want to keep you around. So I'm gonna but then as soon as there's not that condition anymore, it's like it overdrives them because like you feel like you missed out all this time.
You were holding it back because of somebody else. It didn't come from you. Do you know what I mean?
See, my perspective is that's what you're using to get through the days is to mask the pain. It's not because I can't do it. I couldn't do it then, so I'm indulging it now. I think that's more. You know what?
And I'll say to you from a man's perspective, like, nah, because it can literally just be a thing where I'm a try and this is what I was speaking to earlier about the honesty element. And again, with what Will presented just now, he'll have to be accountable in the fact that, you know what, I didn't present myself in an honest enough way to be like, this is where I am in life. I like to smoke and I like to drink and I don't want you to necessarily
but the illest thing is like I had some semblance of control of how I did shit. You know me, fam, before all this, like me and my drinking now, fam, we are here, fam, to the point where my Marj's like, oh, you alright, fam. She fucking texts me like every other day, like, are you good? And it's like, I was not like that before, fam. I had some semblance of control. But then as soon as that condition was set, and then it was removed again, it's like, oh, let's really do this now, fam. Let's really.
Because again, bro, the condition was set under a parameter that wasn't with your, I don't want to say not with your consent, but with your 100% backing, meaning the reason you did it was so that you wouldn't get a further headache down the line. Because if I just do this person's going to feel a way and react a certain way about it. So I'm going to do this again to appease this person. It wasn't coming from a genuine place in you. Because if you yourself, just for yourself, no external influence, just for yourself, were like, you know what, I don't want to smoke that much, I don't want to drink that much. Like, that urge to do it could still come up, but the way you process it would be different. But the fact that it was kind of done essentially under duress, and that's the thing that...
No, that's just conditions in not conditions, that's just boundaries in a relationship.
This nigga just interrupted me while I was talking and shit.
Because it's
boundaries. This motherfucker... Nah, I'm joking.
But it's a point, though. She's making a point, though.
It's boundaries in a relationship. It's not saying, oh, you can't do this and you can't do that.
But that's what it is, though.
Boundaries.
No, but what I'm saying is, hypothetically, I'm a heroin addict and you get in a relationship with me and you know that I'm a heroin addict and then you tell me, yo, if you do heroin, I'm going to leave you. All right, cool. But you entered this situation understanding that I take heroin. So now if I take heroin and you act like that's the worst thing in the world, you're allowed to act that way. But there has to be a level of accountability to say, you know what? I met a nigga that takes heroin. Do you know what I mean?
Like what if you're taking heroin to the point where you're almost like dying, and each time you do it, you're not doing it like, you know what? I just passed my driving test. I'm going to do heroin. You're doing it toxically,
right?
And you're taking it too far.
Then leave. And I'm not saying that to you, but I'm saying if you're in a relationship where you see somebody's doing something to a point where they're harming themselves and they're not willing to hear it, you again, we all are accountable for ourselves. You have to have the accountability to say, I'm not going to be a part of this anymore because I'm trying to give you good shit and you're not. Like you said, what's up? Like you said before, somebody may not be in a place to receive a certain message. So even on that, again, I'm a heroin addict and you're telling me, Driz, heroin is killing you. And if you keep doing this shit, you're going to die. If I'm not in a place to hear that, there's nothing that you can say to me. And you would have to have the accountability of yourself to say, I'm not going to stay here and continue to watch you kill yourself. Now, if you do stay, then you have to be accountable to say that I decided to stay and watch you kill yourself. Do you get what I mean? But there's going to be conflict down that road. And I'm not saying that the woman shouldn't say to the guy, don't take heroin. I'm not saying that because that's technically the right message. But like you said about girls earlier, if that person's not ready to hear that message, it doesn't matter how you say it. Only life can teach them that message. Do you get what I mean? So it's like, you have to either be willing to be like, I'm on board for this shit and whatever happens, let's go. Or You have to say, I'm not going to subject myself to watch you do this to yourself. And I'm not saying either way is easy. I don't want to suggest that in any way. I don't want to suggest like, oh, it's just this or it's just that. But with all decisions that we make as non-disabled, fully cohesive, consenting adults, we have to have accountability in the decisions that we make. If we choose to stay in relationships that are detrimental, if we choose to stay in them, we have to have an accountability that we chose to stay in them. Do you get what I mean? It can't always just be the other person's fault. At a certain point, there has to be a level of like, well, why do you continue to subject yourself to certain things?
Because as women, and I feel this again from experience, that we do, like how men have an innate thing in them to like go get bitches and whatever. I feel like women do have an innate feeling in them where we feel like we can change a man. It's like, you know what, I'm going to give so much love
Sorry.
No.
Please continue.
No.
Oh, okay. So there's a saying here, and it goes, "A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush," right? But I believe that it's the opposite. 5 birds in the bush is worth 1 in the hand, because if you can let your love extend so much that, okay, this bird is gonna live in that bush, I'm not gonna disturb it, but I'm gonna feed it, I'm gonna nurture it, I'm not gonna try and constrict it and hold it and like stop it from flying away. That's real love, fam. Like if you're prepared to let somebody go, that's real love, fam. I feel like, to me.
Nah, for real. I always say that shit, man. Like, for real. For me, it's all, like I said before, if you love something, you have to set it free. If it goes, it was never for you in the first place. And if it stays, then it's real, fam. Because it can't ever be under duress. With all the shit I'm talking, all the shit that I say, we crack jokes and, you know, I mean, we crack jokes and shit. But, like, the thing I always say, again, we're not together. I'm with you. And you're with me, and we have to constantly want to be here, because if one of us doesn't want to be here, again, back in 2013, 14, before I even moved to Wolves, I recorded a track called Have a Choice, and the hook goes, you always have a choice, you always have a choice. And that shit always sat with me, fam. One of the first songs I ever recorded, and it's like, you always have a choice. I'm not one of those
Why you ain't
people.
never played that shit for me, dog? Fuck you talking about?
Because I met you and we just moved forward, bro. I'll have to dig that shit out.
And then I'll send you the first ever track that I ever recorded, because I know what it's called and I know where it's at. But if anyone else ever found out where that shit was, like I said in the last pod, I'll get them I said 50 last time. I'll get them £100, bro. If they ever find that song, that first ever song that I recorded and put out on YouTube, if they find it, I'll get them £100, bro.
Gang. Now we'll have a first track off. We'll have a first track off, definitely. But now, like, back to the thing. I've always said, like, again, with all of this shit, you always have a choice. Like, again, I'm dope in it. Like, let's not get this fucked up. I'm dope in it. Dope as an artist, dope as a person, dope as somebody in a relationship. No. Let me get my shit off, bro. Don't hate on me, bro. Don't hate on me, fam. Don't hate on me. I'm dope in it, but I understand that I'm not a perfect being and I have the capacity to fall short. So my thing, again, I keep reiterating it. If, take you, Penny, first met you and stuff, we first started engaging, when we first started getting to that point, I talked to you and I let you know, listen, I'm a nigga that deal with a lot of bitches, dog, but I really like you, like I do. And I'm not going to hide the fact that I'm a nigga that is used to dealing with a lot of bitches. But once I give you that information, you can make a decision for yourself. Like I don't really want to, I don't want to indulge in that. But if you as the woman, you say to yourself like, well, you know what? I kind of like homeboy and there is really something about, man. Like we're both... It's like business shit. If you enter into a contract with somebody and you both agree to the terms, you both agree to the terms, fam. That's how contracts work. Do you get what I mean? And if you breach the terms of that contract, depending on the breach, it can either be reparable or irreparable, really. Yeah. And to me, the way that I try to always conduct myself, even being an imperfect being, is understanding, again, you understand the kind of non-negotiables for people. So the thing I always say to my sweet Penny is, I know for you, like, cheating is a mad thing and that. But luckily for you, I'm a nigga who don't do that. But it's not because of you, it's because of me. Like, I love you, but I don't cheat because of me. Because there are niggas who have whole families, a wife and kids, and have a whole other family across town, dog. And they navigate in that shit. And for me, I'm just not willing to kind of live that dishonestly. Do you get what I mean? And because of that, and because I made the decision to be that person, you're able to reap the reward of that, because I see the special thing in you. Do you get what I mean? But at the same time, I don't ever try to act like, what was that guy? Derek Jackson? Derek Jackson, thank you. Like, the dude who was online saying, oh, guys that cheat on their girl, this and that, and then he got fucking found out.
Nah, he out here.
Because to me, the whole thing is not to get into the whole Bible-ish or whatever, but it's the Christ thing. It's like, if you're the being that that is the exception to the rule, you should use your status as the exception to explain the rule. Because it's not really necessarily just about you, but it's about a way of thinking that we're conditioned into. Meaning, I'm a nigga that's never cheated on my girl, not one time ever. I mean, shit, there's been sticky stuff that have happened, definitely.
Excuse me? What do you mean?
What do I mean? See, you really want to turn the podcast stuff in it? No, I'm just like... But what I'm saying, see, we can take this podcast into a whole next stratosphere. Like, we can go fucking crazy. But what I'm saying is, I'm a nigga that's never done that, but I have to also be the nigga that explains to my girl why that happens. Do you know what I mean? And why
can I add something?
No, you can't. No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think you and I are the same, but then maybe our reasoning is different. Again, I'm more inclined to peaceful situations, and like, I'm more inclined to like not having lots of shit happening around me. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say,
like, that to me, is the reasoning why I would, if I got a girl, I would not step out on anything, because then it means that I have to like create all this other shit to like kind of like put that shit away or like hide that shit. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, I watched niggas around me have gal that they love them, bro. They fucking love them, fam. But they out here, fam. And it's like, oh, right, you really are not thinking about what's going to happen, like, afterwards. You really are not thinking about how, like, this shit could go left for you. You're just out here. You just doing your thing. I'm not going to, like, mention people's name, but, like, you know what I'm saying? People we know.
Yeah, no, for real. For real.
Like, and I saw them niggas, like, they'll be having their good times or whatever, and I'll be like, God damn, you're doing your thing, that's crazy. But then afterwards, they'd like be in my room, in the blue room, talking about, oh damn man, how am I gonna like sort this out, and woo, blah, 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 blah. That in Drummond Street, bro. Oh damn, how am I gonna sort this out? Oh damn, this girl, she wilding. No, she ain't wilding. You stepped out, dog. Yeah. So she got every right to feel how she feels.
For real. And that's the thing, in it. It's like
I don't have the capacity to deal with that shit, fam. Me as a person, knowing me, I don't got that.
And that's the thing, in it. It's like, again,
but that's the shit thing for women, though. Sorry to cut you, but that's the shit thing for women, because it just comes down to basically how good a guy you've got. Because it's not.
But then they could be a good guy too. They could really be a good guy. They really could be.
I know, but your point
kind of like,
then,
you know what I'm saying?
But let's not go on like women don't cheat as well.
Oh yeah, no, that happens too.
They may be smart. Do you know what I mean?
What it is. A lot of times, like just quickly, a lot of times, and this is just how I think. I'm not saying this is right. This is how I think. And this is certain. Again, you sat here. Tell these niggas if I'm lying. Like I've said it 20,000 times in the pod. Tell them if I'm lying. But the thing I've always said is the way men cheat and the way women cheat is different. Meaning, ultimately, unless you get a gal that's just out here and that's what she do, if a woman cheats on you, 99.9% of times it's because of you. And she's cheating in some sort of weird revenge against you. Like, it's not about the guy she's cheating with. It's about, fuck that nigga. Do you get what I mean? Whereas when dudes cheat, again, a very difficult conversation I had with my girl that I tried to explain the shit is like, I can love you. I can be the happiest I've ever been with you and everything is bliss. And fuck just a random girl and it mean nothing and I carry on with my blissness with you. Now, I understand that is something you say to a girl, it's like, blood, what the fuck, bro? But the level of conversation I tried to have with Penny is to say, this is something that exists. Like, why pretend that this doesn't exist when it does? Because if we just try to continue in this blind thing where we are like, this isn't like a thing that happens. So if some shit happens, it's crazy. It's like, let's acknowledge that this is something that is a thing where as a dude, you can be in love, you can love your girl and just fuck another bitch. And it mean nothing. It'd be absolutely meaningless. And that's not right. That's not okay. That's men trying to have a dopamine release for their own ego and satisfaction. That's a whole different conversation, but it is a thing that exists. And the reason I have this level of conversation with Penny is because I try to, again, I used this analogy before in the pod, but it was like, if you get a Rottweiler, right, you're going to get a Rottweiler dog. You bring the dog into your yard. Now, if this Rottweiler starts being a Rottweiler, should you be mad at the Rottweiler or should you be mad at yourself because you expected it to act how you want it to act? The animal is what the animal is. And the best thing that you can do is understand the animal the best way that you can understand it, so that when it starts to be what it is, you have ways to combat that. Meaning, when a Rottweiler starts going crazy and shit, you know, okay, I've spent enough time training this dog and talking to this dog. Let me, instead of trying to discourage this animal from being what it is, let me take the dog for more walks. Let me take the dog outside more so it can get some of that energy out and shit. Because I can't be mad at a Rottweiler for being a Rottweiler at the end of the day. And
what's super crazy about Rottweilers? They mad protective, fam. Like, if you got a Rottweiler, and like you got a baby in the crib, that motherfucker gonna be standing guard at the door. He gonna be goddamn right there at the crib with the baby. Like, yeah, I'm gonna make sure he gonna sleep next to the baby and be like, yeah, I'm gonna make sure ain't shit gonna happen to that baby.
That dog will die before it lets anything happen to the baby, fam. That dog will go to the death, fam.
But then at the same time, it could also bite your leg off, fam. You as the grown human being.
But that just comes down to training. Like, not, again, I don't mean to say women need to be trained.
The analogy, yeah.
But it's like, it's what you put, but what you put into that dog, what you put into that dog.
Yeah, nah, you spend a lot of time with this. It's audible. It's audible.
But nah, to the analogy, like, it is that though. Like, training is like a mad word, obviously, but it is the thing of conditioning. The time that you put in, because it is conditioning. When you exist with another person in your reality and you take that person into your reality and you exist with them, like, your conditioning is going to determine how you act towards that person. So if you're in a situation with a person where they're not willing to stand on the things that are non-negotiables for them, like that's where you see niggas take the piss. Do you get what I mean? Where we're not going to name names and stuff, but brethrens that we know and shit that have wonderful, amazing situations. She got on with the family love her, she loved you, like everything blessed, but yo, I'm out right now and there's this bitch and she got a fatty, bro. And that's the weakness of men. Do you get what I mean? That's the weakness of men, where it's like, where especially as young black men, where we're hypersexualized, where usually from a young age we're introduced to sexuality and introduced to that whole indoctrination of being, where it's about get as many bitches as possible. It's the understanding of I lost my trail of thought too, but it's like the understanding of
the hypersexuality and understanding
that's something we're conditioned under, and even through that conditioning there is still the heart of the amazing black man that is born from love. And so what a lot of black men find themselves in, and being a descendant from the Caribbean, a descendant from Jamaica, which is originally Zimbabwe, but we'll leave that alone. Like the sort of thing that's praised in society, you know what I mean? Jamaican man have bare baby mums and shit and bare this, and we're conditioned to believe that hypersexuality is the way that we should move. So again, we don't look at, all right, especially young years and shit. Like you out, you know what I mean? You kind of waved and shit. Like yo, there's a bitch and shit, and she willing to do what, you know what I mean? She willing to give it up and shit. Like I'm gonna fuck the bitch, bro, because like it's like a striker, like a essential number 9 in it. Like yo, anywhere where I can shoot this ball into the net, I'm gonna shoot this ball into the net.
That's why my man had to end up fighting 2 geezers in the bathroom, fam. Because anywhere I can shoot my shot, I'm gonna shoot
my shot, bro.
Trust
like
me.
as men, we don't look at a gal and assess the complete character of who she is. Like, all right, is this somebody that I can build a life with? Is this somebody I can have kids with? Like, as men, it's like, yo, she got a fatty, she look good, she fine and shit. I'm gonna fuck that bitch, bro. Like, yeah. If I can fuck this bitch, I'm gonna do it, fam. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, we have to have the accountability to understand where that comes from. Like, why do I just want to fuck bitches? Like, why do I just wake up in the morning, I want to get high and get drunk and fuck bitches? Like, what is that? Do you get what I mean? And we have to have the accountability to understand where that comes from. So when you blend yourself with another complete individual that has their own perspective and their own upbringing and their own way that they view things, it's like when you try to present yourself honestly, you can at least explain that shit. So not to blame it on rap and hip hop and that, but it's like, yo, I'm from a place where it was hood shit and niggas was on some fuck bitches shit, and those are the people that were celebrated. As a young person growing up in the duality between being in church and being in the hood, you would see the niggas that are doing all this shit and they're celebrated and people love them. And as human beings, those are the things that we try to aspire to. We see greatness and things that we aspire as good things, and we try to aspire to that. So even if it's some toxic shit, we'll aspire to that because we feel that's the thing to aspire to. And that's what happens for a lot of young black men, where conditioned, where it's like, yo, you got to get your shit together, get your money up, you know what I mean? You got to get your shit straight and that. And you go out and you get these bitches from. And the more bitches that you get, you lick. And if you got bitches to the point like Future, bro, he made a career of getting bitches and not liking any of them. You know what I mean? He made a career out of that, bro. He made a career of like, I can get all of these shallow, empty bitches and I hate it. And I take drugs or pretend to take drugs to alleviate myself.
Take drugs.
And it's like, when that's the shit that's promoted, it can seem very cool. It can seem very like, oh shit, that's so wavy, that's so lit.
That's the way forward.
Again, I've had this conversation with like Penny and stuff, but a thought I've always had, like from just being like a younger kid, just kind of coming up and just thinking about, when I'm an adult, and I always pictured my life being like an artist that's doing his thing, you know what I mean, and he's out here and he going city to city, and you know what I mean, you meet some girls and you do your thing, and you know what I mean, some girls work out, some girls don't, and you know what I mean, most of the girls that you meet ain't gonna work out, but you draw inspiration from the shit because that fuels the music, and like that's always what I kind of pictured for myself, just kind of being in a constant state of not unhappiness, but I guess unhappiness, where I'm trying to do this thing and I'm just gonna move around, keep trying to do this, and I'm gonna constantly just keep getting my heart hurt. But the more that my heart is hurt, the greater that this art form will be.
The art will get.
Through the pain, you can create amazing art. And that's always what I pictured for myself. So even coming alongside Penny, for example, who has her own upbringing, her own amazing traits, her own trauma, her own things, it's like coming alongside somebody who decides that, nigga, you worth investing in. I'm not just going to leave, because the way I used to operate my life, and again I say this all the time, I was a nigga who had the capacity to keep like 3 or 4 bitches just active, just 3 or 4. I don't really care about them, but they kind of fit into my lifestyle. Like I'm moving around, like I can just follow these bitches and just do it. You know what I mean? Like I was the nigga who I would never say to a girl like, yeah, nah, I don't want to talk to you no more. Like more time they would say to me, oh, where is this going? And I don't just want to be another girl. And I'm like, all right, cool. And they leave and you replace them. And if another one leaves, then you replace them. And if another one leaves, then you replace them. Because it's not really about them. It's more about how they serve me and serve my ego. So being a nigga who expected that for himself, and came across somebody who said, I see something amazing in you. There's something amazing in you, and I'm willing to invest in that. And it's not going to be easy, and I don't know myself in totality, but I see something in you that I'm not just going to leave. I think that when you come across somebody like that who you have a genuine bond with, because again, we'll probably save this for your second appearance, Penny, but we can get into like how we met and the things that happened and stuff. But like the way that we kind of came across one another, we were forced into a situation where we had to get to know each other, type of thing, and removing the element of just like some yalty. It was like, all right, this is the situation, so this is where we are, and we'll just vibe and see if we actually vibe. Like when you find somebody that you naturally vibe with, away from the litness and the highness of the drink or the needs or any of these sort of things, like someone who you wake up in the morning and you're like, shit, like, yo, I'm glad that you're here, as opposed to, fuck's sake, why is this bitch still here, fam? Like,
just going back to what you're saying about all that as well, I've got an analogy about that as well. It's like, think about a plaster. Do you know a plaster when you've got a cut on your arm or something? You put plaster there, right? So imagine that plaster, fresh plaster, yeah? You put that on the carpet. Do you know what I mean? Take that plaster as a relationship with that person. Do you know what I mean? That's the first relationship that comes through, innit? You take that plaster off. It's sticky, right, innit? Do you know what I mean? It's sticky. You take it off, it's sticky, innit? You do that against the next relationship. It's not as sticky, but it's sticky, right? You do it again, it's sticky, but not as sticky. Do you know what I mean? It's like, use that where am I coming from? You use that relationship, use that analogy and that plaster as that person easy to let go of a situation. Do you know what I'm saying? Because they've already been through other relationships. Do you know what I mean? They're so fast to let go. Do you know what I mean? It's like, do you see where I'm coming from? It's like it's so easy to peel off because they've already been through certain things, and they just keep moving forward, as you just mentioned. Do you know what I mean? But they're not healing within themselves. It's just they keep moving forward. Another plaster. They heal the damage to everyone else because they're easy to let go from that person. Do you know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
Do you hear where I'm coming from?
I hear you.
I know the origins. I know the origins of this analogy right here.
Do you know what I mean? So I feel like sometimes
sorry.
Go on. You interrupted me. I don't forget.
Sorry, my fault, dog.
Go on, Dad. It's alright. So go on. You probably got something valuable there.
I mean to like put you off your game and shit.
That's cool.
But it's like, you see, this is just my theory. This is just the theory that I have. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's other people also think about this shit. But you see, like the whole like sex before marriage thing, right? In this society, it seems like oh, you locked away if you're not like fucking 100 bitches every week, and you're not up in society if you ain't fucking 100 bitches a week, right? But then what happens is when you fucking 100 bitches a week, you're tasting 100 bitches a week, fam.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, all right, picture this. You've never had ice cream ever in your life. You've never had ice cream. Right? And then somebody bring you ice cream. For the first time in your life, you're tasting just a regular vanilla ice cream. It's a cone. You've never had ice cream, and this shit blow your motherfucking mind, fam. You're like, oh my God, how could I even be living life without tasting ice cream? The fuck is this, fam? Right? But once you've had ice cream 3, 5, 10 times, it's like you're not revering that experience of having ice cream anymore. It's not the same anymore. Because now you've tasted vanilla, you had the rum and raisin, you had the Neapolitan thing, you had the mint choc chip, you had some bubblegum ice cream, you had this ice cream. So now you've got so many points of reference that will say, oh, this is good ice cream, this is not bad ice cream. Whereas before, ice cream was just ice cream and you'd never had it.
Similar analogy I was going to say to you as well. Similar.
Right? And our issue in this society, because we built this, right? Our issue in this society is that, like, we as people have now had so many experiences with other people that, like, if the ice cream don't taste good, you go and dash away that shit, fam.
Basically, as fast as you can. I mean,
so you can get a different flavor of ice cream and be like, yeah, this is my thing. You get me? So this is where we are now with this whole relationship thing. It's like everybody has like so many experiences of like all the stuff, like so
many options.
Yeah, but by the time I had a proper like serious relationship, I'd had slept with like maybe like 4, 5, 6 girls at that point before I had like a proper like serious relationship. So it's like, all right, cool. Yeah, sex is sex, right? It's not that deep. I guess it is, but then it's not really. But then, because I've slept with 4 or 5 girls that have done 4, 5, 6 different things to me, now I'm here with you and you're not willing to do any of those 4, 5, 6 different things. It's like, fam, listen, let me go find me another thing that will do that shit. Or even in an emotional sense, I've been with somebody that brought me to the highest peak of my shit. Or like within me, I felt like they brought me to the highest peak of happiness. Now everybody else that comes around it's like I'm measuring them against that. Like how can you bring me to that peak of happiness?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like it was never meant to be like that. Do you know that like for you to marry a girl like back in the day, yeah?
No, even back in traditional culture.
No. Wait. Wait. See, for you to marry a girl back in the day, yeah, you had to court her, yeah? And courtship is not like dating, bruv. Courtship is like your parents are sitting there, the girl's parents are sitting over there. They can see everything that you are doing, bruv. And you're just there. And this shit would go on for like months and months. There ain't no room for y'all to be like touching each other and indulging in no physical shit or nothing like that. There's no room for that. So you really are getting to know this person over months and months, fam. And then you decide, I'll go with this person or I won't. But at this point, you still ain't had ice cream.
That's it.
You've been looking at the label of the ice cream and reading the ingredients and being like, oh yeah, the ingredients is cool. You know what? These elements reside with me. My body can assimilate these elements of the ice cream.
And that plaster's still strong because we had the ice cream yet.
Because the plaster's still in the packaging. And you're looking at it and is it big enough to cover the wound that I've got? Will it really, like, you know what I'm saying? Is this brand of plaster like sticky enough to really hold? Because I work, fam. I'll be out here like putting my hands in water and shit and all sorts, bruv. So I need to know, like, is that plaster waterproof? All that shit. But then we don't take that time to really like know somebody.
Yeah,
we just get to fucking straight away,
one time, and then you get that. Do you know what I mean?
And then you get it, and it's like, oh, okay, fine. I've tasted the ice cream now, and like I tasted some other ice cream like a couple months ago, and that shit was much better, fam.
Do you know
that in our tradition, if I want to marry a girl, I first have to go and obviously like this is like a universal thing. You first have to go and like speak to the parents and be like, oh yeah, let me marry this girl. But then there's a whole nother process that happens where like the fathers, the uncles, the cousins, like the males in the family will be like, all right, fine. If you really want to marry this girl, you have to prove to us that you can at least take care of her properly, fam. The way that we want to or would do, fam. Yeah? And like, fam, it's like there's a price to pay for that shit. But then at the same time,
it shows how real you are.
I was gonna say this. You know what I'm saying? When I say there's a price to pay, like literally, there's a price to pay. They'll ask you for a certain amount of cows. They'll ask you to pay for this, pay for that. Even like for you to approach the people, like the fathers, the uncles, the this, that. For you to like walk into for you to like step into their property, like the front gate. For you to walk there, you gotta put some money down. For you to knock on the door so that they can open it for you, you got to pay a certain amount. For you to walk into the house, you got to pay a certain amount. For you to sit down with the fathers, the uncles, the cousins, the brothers, you got to pay a certain amount. So
how much do you love that woman for you?
How much are you willing to sacrifice to show us that you can look?
Because you know what it is? You know what it is, bro? It's intention. Do you get what I mean? All the things that are being measured through these processes, it's intention. It's like, all right, you want to marry this girl, all right, that's one thing. But how intentional are you about this? Meaning, all of these obstacles are presented before you, meaning pay this to do this and this. But like, if you're not really intentional about this person, you're not going to go through this, which eliminates you immediately. Do you get what I mean?
Exactly.
But it's like, in order to really go through this, you need to understand the consequence of intention, meaning you're deciding to invest in this woman and it's going to cost you this, meaning if you link her and y'all don't get on, you've already paid this, my nigga. Ain't no refunds, ain't no customer service, ain't no other shit, bro. It's like, this is what it is. Do you know what I mean? And what that does is it measures intention, meaning the guy's intentions going in. How serious is he about the situation? Like, before any sort of sex or anything like that, is this person willing to invest this amount of stuff into this person? How
serious are you about that?
Some families will ask for like 30, 40, 50, 100 racks, bro.
Do you know what I mean?
Do you know that my dad, he only just finished paying his off maybe like 5, 6, 7 years ago, something like that. I remember him mentioning to me like, oh, I just finished paying off like the bride price for your mum, fam.
Yeah.
Like, bro, this is like 5, 6, 7 years ago.
And how long have they been married?
They've been married for time.
You're 29, nearly. You know what I'm saying? There you
are. At least 27 years.
To me, that shows dedication. You know what I mean?
In fact, actually... No, at least 28 years they've been married.
For me, that shows that, you know... What did he say? Intuition? Into what?
Intention.
Do you know what I mean? That's it. It's the intention of that person. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know what? I've got good morals. I've got a good what? A good purpose for us. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to fuck about. Do you know what I mean? This is this and this is that.
I'm serious
about our situation.
Bro.
Do you know what I'm saying? It's like that.
From time it takes you 29 years to pay off a certain fam.
Hey.
Yeah, that's not no like foolish money, fam. That's not no like little 10 bands, fam. Because my old man was so sick here that he put down a 1.2 million for one property that we own, fam. I say we because obviously, you know what I'm saying, it's gone before to me. But like 1.2 million in cash, bow, on the table. Have that, let me have that, fam. This that nigga we dealing with, fam.
Yeah.
Like, bro, like, yeah. So, like, for him to say, oh, yeah, only just 7 years ago, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, I finished paying off the price.
There you go.
Blood, that shit. Yeah. That must have been...
It shows you how serious man are in this. It's like, with the things that have happened, all of them, before even any of you kids came along, I was serious about this. Like, I treat this like a mortgage payment. It's like, this has to be paid. Like, I have to do this. I didn't have it all in cash at the time, but I managed to make an agreement where I can pay this off. And I honor that because I honor my family. I honor my wife. I honor my children. Like, even if your pops ever comes yard or ever came home and wasn't really the most social of people, it's like you wouldn't even comprehend like the level of honor he's giving to everything that you are, everything that your mum is, everything that your siblings are. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I'm still paying this. Like, really, in the real eyes of shit, if man wanted to be do some fuck shit, it'd be like, yo, listen, we in the UK, blood, this ain't no legal shit, dog. Like, take me to court, like, if you want, bro. Like, ain't no papers, ain't no... But it's like, there's a moral element to it, though, innit? There's a moral element where it's like, this means so much to me. And this is why I always talk about our business and shit that we do. This means so much to me that without any paperwork, without any contracts, I will honor this for as long as it takes to be honored. I will always honor this. Like, it's a deeper thing, innit? Sorry, what are you going to say, Magz?
No, I was just saying, just a little ad-lib there, and the plaster still sticks. Do you know what I mean? It sticks, it's straight.
It still sticks.
It's straight. You know what I mean? It's stick, it's there. It's healed in that wound.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying, bro? It's there. You know what I mean? Going back to that.
Legit, man. Nah, legit, bro. Legit, man.
It's mad because, like, I think about it, and obviously, like, yeah, man, I want that too, fam. And fam, whatever price that it will be that I'll pay for my wife, it sounds nuts, fam, to be like, oh yeah, I'll pay for my wife. But like, yeah, as a matter of honor and a matter of respect to the family of her, I must. That's something that I must observe. That's something that's part of my culture. Yeah. So even if, like, let's say I marry a white girl or something like that, I'm gonna let her family know, like, nah, this is what we do in my culture here. And regardless of however you guys feel about it, it means this much to me, fam. So I'm gonna, like, do that, innit? It's like, yeah.
They'll tell you, take Becky, fam. Like, nah, you ain't gotta pay no down payment, mate, no deposit, no 50%. You can have Becky, bro. You know what I mean?
That can't.
They'll be like, mate, take her off our hands, fam. Take her off our hands.
That can definitely not run, fam. I'll sit her dad down and be like, listen, Barry, yeah, check it out, or Mr. Barry, check it out. In my culture, yeah, this thing of like paying the bride price, it's not about buying the girl, fam. It's not about like getting her off your hands. it's about me setting the intention to tell you guys that, like, I'm really about this, fam. And I'm really in this, fam. And I'm not playing, fam. From time I gotta pay 50 bags, fam, I'm not playing, bro. If I put 50 bags on if I put 10 bags on anything, I'm not playing, fam. I'm not joking, fam. Because that's big peas, fam.
Yeah.
It might not be in the grand scheme of things, but blood, yeah, if I'm putting 10 bags on a setting, yeah, that's some serious shit, fam.
Yeah.
So I just want you to know that I'm very serious about your daughter, and me being very serious about this. I have to observe what my culture tells me, fam. But I think that's why I need to marry a black girl, fam. Not even a black girl, a Zim girl, fam. I was literally about to say,
you're chatting all of this shit and like, oh, if I married a white girl, you're absolutely going to marry a Zim girl, fam. Like you're open to the potential. If I ever fell in love with like a white girl, all right, that's what it is. But you're absolutely going to end up with a Zim girl, fam. Like, absolutely.
I feel that in my spirit, fam. Every time I go back home, I'm like, oh yeah, there's wifey right there. She working at the little market right now. You know what I'm saying? Selling the little tomatoes or whatever. But yeah, nah, yeah. Oh shit, there's a girl, yeah, that used to be like our next door neighbor, yeah. I was so hurt when I went back the last time because she had 2 kids, bruv. And I'm like, no way, Beverly, fam. I thought you'd wait for me, cuz.
I said Beverly.
Yeah, no, that's her name. She called Beverly, bruv. Nah, that girl, yeah, she was so fired that I was here and like being approached by girls in England. And I'm like, nah, you know what? Yeah, nah, Beverly.
You not Beverly. Beverly
is still chilling and she waiting for me, dog. And I went back here. Blood, she taking her kids to school. I said, no way, fam. Bev, what happened?
So what stopped you from pulling the trigger?
Oh, we was young, fam. I think we was like 13, 12, 13. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, nah, it's one of those, isn't it?
Yeah.
One of those. But then I always just remember that feeling of like, oh, fam. Yeah, nah. Like, even if it's not you, Bev, I know, fam. One of you girls in this country right now, yeah, you gonna be mine, fam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout
out to Beverly, fam. And I hope your kids is doing alright and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? With your fine ass. Innit?
I'm gonna pray it later on anyway for you.
Yeah, please do. Nah, but yeah, man, the whole there's like a list. There's like a dowry list. You know, like one of the things that they'll ask for, yeah, or like there's several things that they ask for that like were very like, to me, they made a lot of sense. It's like, alright, the dad will ask for a suit that he can wear to the wedding. The mum will ask for a dress that she can wear to the wedding. They'll ask for like a grocery shop, like a full grocery shop. Not no bullshitting. Like this shit gotta last like at least like a month, 2 months or something, bro. Like it's gotta be like a proper thing, fam.
Right.
And it's like, all right, if I'm not able to do that, yeah, if I'm not able to buy the old man a suit and I'm not able to buy the old lady a dress, I probably got no business marrying that girl, bro. Because how am I going to pay for my suit when I get to the thing here? How am I going to pay for her suit or her dress when it's wedding time, fam? How am I going to pay for like the catering for let's say 500 people, because you know how big them black families get, bro. Like, bro, I started counting my cousins. I stopped at like 150 and I was like, nah, this is too much, bro. There's too many niggas out here in our family, fam. 150, dog.
You know you got a best man, me, don't
when they show up to the thing.
So obviously food and that, innit?
Yeah.
You know you got a best man, me, in it when that shit come in it. Like, you know.
Fam. Listen. Yeah, don't worry about that, fam. You gonna be you guys gonna be the first ever people that ever know, like, oh yeah, nah, this nigga might even like be marrying a girl, fam. And if y'all niggas ain't at my wedding, yeah, I'ma find you, fam. I'ma find you and ask you bare questions about why you wasn't there. If you ain't got a good reason, like, oh yeah, nah, I was on tour, or like, oh yeah, nah, I was in a business meeting with Warren Buffett or some shit. Y'all niggas gonna get it, dog. I swear to God. Y'all niggas, if y'all don't show up to my wedding, y'all niggas better have an ironclad excuse, bro. Swear.
Nah, legit, man. Legit. Nah, legit.
The same way, fam. If you do me like how Gareth did me, yeah.
Oh my God.
What did Gareth do?
Oh my Lord. You never heard the story? I never told you.
No.
I'm not gonna say this nigga's name, fam. They ain't gonna know who that is, fam.
That's a standard name.
This nigga, yeah, in the run up to his wedding, yeah, he face to face verbatim told me, I'm not going to invite you to my wedding because you're gonna turn up in jeans. No, it was jeans. No, he said jeans. Yeah. Jeans.
Yo, how man disrespect you like that?
Bro, to my face, bro. To my face, bro.
I said you're gonna turn up to my wedding in jeans, so I'm not inviting you.
And I said, wait there, fam. How do you know that? Man. How do you know I don't got a suit? And at that time, it was wedding season, so I had suits because I had to go to my cousin's wedding. I had to go to fucking... Bro, it was wedding season, bro. I had suits, cuz.
Right.
This nigga gonna tell me, oh yeah, nah, I ain't gonna invite you. Bruv, he said, I ain't gonna invite you. Cause you gonna turn up in jeans.
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. That's
for real? God damn.
Money at that time as well.
He owed me money at that time, dog.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, nah, he was the piss out of you.
Bullying. So I said, you know what, man? Hey, man, I love you like a brother, fam. Listen, the best of luck to y'all, but I don't know, fam. Hey, I still love you, fam. If you call me and ask me for a favor, I still probably will help you out if I can, fam.
Yeah.
But man, you stay there. I'ma stay over here.
That's what I would have.
Yeah. Nah, I hear that.
But if you call me on some favor shit, like it's deep, or you need help, I'ma still help you because you my dog, fam. And I love you like a brother, fam.
That's who you are.
One of the important days of my life. How can you know? You're his dog, but he ain't your dog in that way. And so, bro, you got like, you know.
Nah, I get that, but then my nature is I'm not like that. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like if I let people, if I let them kind of situations dictate how I move with people, then I'm being untrue to myself. Because I love all you niggas, fam. Even I said, there was a song that I said, even if all of my niggas did me dirty, I still got love for y'all niggas. And I remember there was a day when Travis was like, what do you mean by that? Like, what are you trying to exactly say, fam? And I'm like, yo, fam, I love y'all niggas, fam. And y'all could do me the dirtiest of dirties, fam. And at some point, I'll probably come around and be like, you know what? Maybe there was just in their little bag of their feelings or whatever, and they was like feeling away, or they did this or they did that. Because I get it, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers act on their emotions and their impulses and shit. I get it. So I love you. Just like how if my little brother was to say to me, I hate you, I never want to see you again. It's not like I'm never gonna be like, oh yo, I'm never gonna reach out to the nigga or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? It's my little brother. I love that nigga, fam. If he call me and say, oh yo, I need help, I need this, I need that, I got you. Cause you my little brother. I love you, fam.
Yeah.
You hear me? So yeah, man, it's a that thing, fam. It's a that thing. With all my peoples, it's a that thing, fam. Because I don't have friends. I have brothers, fam.
No, word to that.
I don't have no friends, fam. Friends is bullshit. Because friends is fickle. But brothers, yeah, that's a lifetime business, fam. And fam, I could dislike you right now, but I still love you with all my heart, fam, and I still do everything that I can to see you win, fam. Even if I don't like how you are going about things or how you treated me, or if I feel like you disrespected me in a certain way, I still love you like a brother, fam. You're still my brother, fam. I love you, fam, to the death of me, fam. To the point where, like, I'll put myself in a fucked up situation before I see you in a fucked up situation. I love you, fam.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Now, word to that, man. And it's like, again, without getting into no shit, like, you've seen that's how man operate in it. It's like, regardless of how you may be moving to man right now, bro, like, it's love in it. Like, it's all right. You know what I mean? Like, it's love. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna continue to operate in that. Like, nah, I'm with that, man. I'm with that, man. And I think, again, it does take a level of self-awareness to even try to operate in that space. But I feel like we're all capable of it. You know what I mean? I feel like we're all we got the ability to tap into that if we want to. You just have to want to do that. Do you know what I mean? You have to just want to actually rise above your circumstances. But what you realize, a lot of people, man, they addicted to their circumstances. They addicted to their depression. They addicted to you know what I mean? A lot of people, they're addicted to the darkness, or maybe the less beneficial things in their life. You know, and that in itself is a whole thing that has to be dealt with. Because for a lot of people,
you know, the crazy thing is, I recognize all that shit in myself. That's the reason why I operate the way that I operate. Because I know for a fact, that I have vices that, like, they sometimes leave me in a fucked up position.
Right.
And, like, maybe, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But it's like, I recognize the shit in the people around me that is, like, in me. Because it's like the thing that I'm like, oh, I don't like that about you.
Right.
I don't like that you move like that. But then there's a certain level of recognition in me that's like, okay, the reason why I don't like seeing you move like that is because I move like that sometimes, and I be like that sometimes,
and I know
I don't like it when I do that. So it absolutely kills me when I see you be like that.
Yeah.
But then there's a certain level of recognition and self-awareness, or self-recognition and self-awareness that precedes that, because you cannot see you cannot see how, like, the qualities in your peoples that you like, oh, I don't like that. You cannot, like, see that and not see it in you. I mean, you can, but, like, I guess maybe for me the level of, like, looking at myselfness that I got to just doesn't allow me to be like, oh, you being like this right now, and I hate that about you when you be like that, and not see that in myself and be like, oh shit, you know what, I do be like that sometimes, and probably that's the reason why I don't really like that shit, because, like, I be like that, and I don't like that about me. So when you
So I
exhibit
don't
that
care
shit,
about them.
it's like it's exaggerated. Do you know what I mean? It's like an exaggerated.
It's like a mirror held up in it. Like it's like a mirror held up in front of you.
Yeah. But then not only just a mirror, but it's like it's accentuating all the worst shit.
Right.
But then at the same time, it accentuates the best shit too. But again, it's easy to see the bullshit and it's difficult to see the beauty and easy to see the bullshit.
Yeah, definitely.
So like, yeah, man, sometimes like I observe things and I'm like, oh no, I don't like that. I don't like when you be like that. But then I retrospect and be like, oh yeah, but nah, you be like that too. You do that all the time. That's probably why you don't like that.
Yeah.
That's probably the reason why you don't really fuck with that shit like that, fam. Or why you can't resonate with that shit. Because that shit is a thing that you're dealing with within yourself.
That you're trying to process.
And you're trying to like smooth that over within yourself.
Yeah.
That other person probably has not even gotten to that point of like recognizing themselves like that, where they can be like, oh, do you know what? Yeah, nah, let me not be like this.
Yeah. No, I hear that, man. No, I hear that for real. And I think again, the important thing is just trying to be as aware of self and aware of how self reflects on the external world, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So you can sort of try to do. Do you guys have any more questions, any more queries for our dearest Penny here? You know, I mean, it's past the bedtime at this point. You know,
I have one question. Oh no, we talked about that. There's something that we talked about on the pod. I think it was like last week, or maybe it might have been a couple weeks before. But like, there's like an unrealistic. Oh well, I say it's unrealistic, but then we already said that like, when girls are in their emotions, that's their reality, right? But it's like, do you girls actually know or understand how unrealistic some of the things that they set as bars in a relationship are? I.e., I want a 6-foot guy that makes 6 figures and he an artist, but then he a warrior and he like fucking protect everything, but then he's so gentle and he do this and he like, that nigga's around somewhere, but it's like one nigga thing. One nigga for every like 10,000 of you girls. That's out there.
Yeah.
Do y'all get that? Do y'all realize that?
I think if you're the type of girl that like has those kind of expectations in terms of I want the guy that's 6 foot, that's this, that's that. If you're one of them girls, then yeah, I feel like they do wholeheartedly believe that that's okay.
But then do they realize how unrealistic that is? Because okay, a man that's over like 6 foot and above, yeah, that's like, wait, I had the numbers written down here. That's like 15% of the population. Do they know that? And then of those same 15% of the population, they want a 6-figure nigga, right? But of those 15% of people, maybe only 3% of those niggas are making 6 figures. Right? And it's like, all right, you are here trying to find this 6-figure nigga that does all this and does all that. But it's like, that's like 1.5% of the global population.
Yeah. So, no, I don't think that they do realise. But then in the same way, guys have their expectations. They want the girl, again, if they're more physically whatever, they want the girl with the big boobs, the big ass, whatever, or they want the girl with the least body count, or they want the girl that, like, you know, no other guys had and whatever. So I don't feel like guys realise that their expectations on what girl they want is realistic.
Alright, now before anybody continues, that was a great answer. But what you did is what ladies tend to do, and you didn't answer his question. He asked, do you think or do you believe that women know how unrealistic some of the expectations they set are? So yes, you are correct that there are also unrealistic expectations that men set. That is absolutely true. But his question, I'm like Cochrane in the OJ trial right now, isn't it? His question was, do you believe that women are aware of how unrealistic some of the expectations they set are?
No, I don't think they're aware.
Okay.
No. But again, I think that does come down to how a guy portrays, well, not even a guy, like, again, it's programming and conditioning. How guys portray themselves, again, say on social media or whatever. You are that guy that has the 6 figures and the big cars and the this and the that. You are the guy that has that.
I hear that.
That's the way that guys perceive themselves. So it's like, you know what? I want one of those. I want that guy that's 6 foot this and has the Mercedes car and the this, the whatever. I want that because that's how guys are perceiving themselves to be. And again, same the other way around. You like, guys want the girls with like the big boobs, the big ass, the whatever. But a lot of this shit is filtered. A lot of this shit is Photoshop. And it's just again stepping forward, starting any kind of interaction you may have with honesty. You can't really go wrong with going forward with that, because nobody can hold that against you. But no, going back to your question, I don't feel like a lot of the women understand how unrealistic their expectations are. I feel like they feel like they could just get that.
Yeah.
Because kind of what's portrayed.
Yeah.
And you know the illest thing is, this is my belief about women, right? Any woman can get any man from. Any woman can get any man from. Like, I truly, fully, wholeheartedly believe that, fam, because I see things in the streets and I'm like, wow, goddamn. Not in no judgmental way or nothing like that, but I'm like, wow, goddamn.
It's like under the right circumstances. Under the right circumstances.
I mean, like, women, to me, like in my experience, are very good at manufacturing the circumstances that they need to come about so that they can do what they need to do. But so any woman can get any man that they feel like getting from.
Right.
Because the fucked up thing about us guys is like, I mean, not to be very crude. You heard the saying, any hole's a goal. You heard the saying. Yeah. It's like, So like, any woman really could get any man that they focus their attention on. I feel like
Sorry, no, I was just saying that's just sexually though, and one thing that I don't feel like guys fully, deeply understand is that sex is different to women than it is to men. So yeah, a girl can get any guy, like whatever, but that's only because a guy will take any girl. That's the only reason.
No, goddamn.
Again, sorry, I don't mean to be so crude, but if the girl didn't have the orifice or the hole for the guy, whatever, that guy wouldn't really be pursuing the girl as much. So it's just on a sexual basis. Yes. But again, that's where it gets sticky, because then some women, it's almost like you're trying to get through like the jungle to get through like the treasure or whatever. Some girls will go through that whole, I'll just be your fuck buddy, because they want to trap the guy. They're like, this is the guy.
It's like a plan in place, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not a conscious plan though. It's not like, all right, I'm going in with like my arm or whatever. Some girls, but I don't think that's like common.
Right.
I think girls just, again, it comes down to the innate feeling where girls feel like they can change a guy. It's like, you know what? No, I'm gonna give him the best food, the best whatever in the world, and he's only gonna want me. But then when that guy shows that, all right, no, I do want other bitches, that's when the girl gets a bit like, wait, what? I've just basically cooked you I've just performed wifey duties for you, and you're not even like seeing me like that. And that's where it gets a bit
techie.
That's where it gets techie, right?
Alright, before anyone continues, let me play these voice notes. One sec.
Oh, wow.
I have one question. Why is it an unrealistic expectation to expect the girl that you want to be in a long-term committed relationship with to have a low body count? Why is that insecure? Like, why do women today say that's insecure to want your partner's body count to be low?
It's just the society that we're in now. I think ever since... Oh, sorry.
So, no, I was just going to say, I think the reason why that can be viewed as insecure is because of the double standard that exists for men. Meaning, you can fuck as many bitches as you want and it doesn't go against your character. But if a woman is equally as sexually promiscuous as you, it's judged against the character of who she is. So I think the reason why people say that might be insecure these days is because, like, if you're still of the mindset of, and I'm not saying this is my belief, I'm not saying it isn't, I'm just saying I think it's what it is. If you're still of the mindset of like, oh well, if she's had bare sexual partners, then she's a hoe, then there is a level of insecurity to that. Because in the same way, you know, men can maybe have a lot of sexual partners and then find somebody that they love, I believe that same thing can exist for women too. And just because a girl has a high body count doesn't necessarily mean that she's not the one for you if she is. Do you know what I mean? And I'm saying that from a privileged position where my girl's not that. You know what I mean? So I understand that, but it's like, I don't think... I was always the person, the same way that I was always honest with people, I always tried to get people's honesty. And it's like, if you were a hoe, then just tell me you were a hoe. And I won't hold that against you if you're willing to be honest about it. Do you get what I mean? If you like, yeah, I've kind of been out here a little bit, it's like, all right, cool, I can meet you at your level. Do you get what I mean? Whereas what a lot of girls are conditioned to doing is acting as though they've never even heard of sex before, because they're so pure and distant. Do you know what I mean? Whereas that's not the case a lot of times, and then man get tricked into some shit, and then you find out some mad shit, and then he goes crazy in it. It's like,
that's because like, if a girl has had sex with however many guys, and she's revered as a slag or a slut, but if a guy has sex with like 20 girls, oh my god, you're the best guy in the world.
That's what
like,
I said.
it's just...
That's what I said. That's what I was saying. It's like, for dudes, it's not held against your character. For women, it's held against their character. And again, I know that I'm different in the sense of, if you came into this situation, which let me just say, for the sake of the broadcast, this is definitely not the case. But if you came into this situation, you were like, yeah, fam, I'm like 20 bodies deep, and you told me that, I have a conscious decision that I can make, whether I hold your 20 bodies against you or if I see the person beyond those 20 bodies. Because again, as a man who has understood how frivolous sex can be and how unemotional and unconnected sex can be, I can wrap my mind around, if I have the ability to be out here, this girl also has the ability to be out here. Now, if we find each other and we find a spark in one another, is it worth us holding our past against each other if it's our past that led us to one another? Or is it more beneficial to understand where each person is coming from, even if sometimes she say, yeah, this person or that person, you're like, fuck's sake, bro, shit, you feel sick in your stomach. But it's like, you understand that everybody has they passed and, you know, they shit that they've gone through. But if you find someone you genuinely connect with, for me, and just me alone, I've always tried to operate this way. But whatever you did before me, I can only hold against you to a certain point. Meaning, if I meet you and we really have a vibe and you let me know this is kind of how you've lived and shit, I have a conscious decision whether I want to continue this or not. If I choose to continue this, what I'm doing is I'm accepting the terms and conditions of what you've informed me of. So if I'm like, all right, you've told me you got all these bodies, but you know what? I'm in a real vibe with you, all right, ting. Then I can't, when a fucking argument comes up, then try and use those bodies against you.
Like, bring that shit up, right?
Do you know what I mean? It's like, if I accept the terms of that, I accept the terms of that. And if I don't, then I don't. And for me, it's all about giving somebody all of the information so they can make the informed decision themselves, whether they want to continue on that, whether they don't. Do you know what I mean? Like, so just to answer Kasim's question, shout out to Kasim, and there's another voice note from him I'm going to play in a second as well. But it's like, to answer that, I think the whole thing is just a matter of a lot of men hold women's body counts against them while not wanting to have their body counts held against them by women. I think that's where people call it insecure and shit. But let me play the next voice note.
Wait, before you play the next voice note. You know, for me, it's like, okay, fine. You're your own person. You've had your own experiences. You live in this reality, in the same reality that I do, the same society that I do, right? And how could I hold you to a standard that I do not hold myself to? Like, most girls, they ask me about my body count, yeah, and they're mad, like, surprised and shit, like, oh shit, only that. I'm like, yeah, and they're like, oh yeah, you must be lying, right? I'm like, nah, I ain't bullshitting you. Like, I really had only slept with like 12, 13 people. Like, that's my shit, fam. That's where I'm at, fam. Like 12, 13. Yeah, 13 was my ex. That was 13, bro. And it's like, they're so surprised at that shit. But it's like, no. I just never felt the need to be out here like that. I just never had felt the need to be out here giving up my energy like that, fam. And like, I had a girl that I don't know. Maybe I might be talking too much about other people's business and shit. You know what I mean? But then, like, it was kind of similar to mine, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, that's cool. Like, your shit is kind of similar to mine. I can't, like, hold that shit against you, because it is what it is. Like, we all, like, again, all have different experiences, and we all have, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know, I think, like, she felt a way in the sense that, like, maybe, like, I was bullshitting, or like I was but it's like, nah, the kind of person that I am, I'm not just willing to share my energy with just anyone. And I understand it, cause fam, I'm a philosopher. Alright, I call myself a philosopher, fam. Right. And to that point, I understand how like shit can go, especially in the society, and how like free quote everything is. But then I also understand that everything has a price. To that effect, I say some of the girls that I laid with for some time, they really did, like, there's parts of them that are still with me right now. that were not parts of me before that.
Right.
So like my understanding is that like I am giving energy, but I'm also taking energy in that exchange. And I understand that like the more that I do that, or in fact, I've come to understand that the more that I do that, the more it's to my detriment whenever I try to like have a proper relationship.
Yeah.
And they're always so shocked. Like, oh shit, only 10, only 11, only 12, only 13. What the fuck? What's wrong with you? Like, nah, ain't nothing wrong with me. I'm just mad picky, fam. And I'm just mad picky about the energies that I let like into my space. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's the issue, is that most people don't realize. Like if you sleep with someone for a long time, for an extended period of time, you're going to start to pick up some of their habits, and you're going to start to talk like them. You're going to start to kind of think like them from time to time in certain situations and shit. And if that doesn't like register to you, like, oh shit, like a couple months ago before I was fucking with this nigga, I have these kind of thoughts of like, oh, you know, maybe he is stepping out, or it's like, shit. That shit coming from that nigga. But y'all, like most people, they'll never think that, because they don't deep how deep it is when you actually like sleep with someone, or like when you actually like do an act with someone, right? It's like you're literally exchanging DNA information from
energy.
Brothers or not, bro. It all transfers either way, fam.
The spiritual exchange.
The other shit might not. I don't know whatever might be happening, but like that spirit side of things, that shit connect every single one of them hits from that spirit connect from.
No, for real.
And I don't think people really deep that in this day and age. And I think like a lot of people do deep that shit, but they kind of deep it a bit like late, and they're like 150 bodies deep, or like, you know what I'm saying, like some Wilt Chamberlain numbers, and they're like, oh shit, I'm different now. I don't even think the same no more. Yeah, I think that's what it really is. It's like there has to be an understanding in the person, at least of themselves, and to know like, okay, I'm this kind of person, I move like this, I be like this, I be like this, for them to notice the change, to be like, oh shit, I'm different now. I'm not as like social as I used to be, or I'm not as like cool with being in certain situations, or I'm not as like thing about certain whatevers. But it's like, again, it takes a lot of self-awareness for you to get to the point of being like, oh, damn, I used to be like this, and now I'm not like this. But what's the change? I was fucking this person, and they just like this. They very insecure, they very sad, they very unhappy, they very this, they very that, they very angry, they very rude. All that shit, fam. So yeah, I get Kasim, my brother. Trust me, fam. I get it, fam. I get it, fam. I fully understand your question, fam.
Well, Kasim's got a few more voice notes. Yeah, so I'm gonna play a few of these voice notes.
When you say any woman can get any man, do you mean for a relationship or for sex?
No.
Because I think that's two different things.
No,
because if you're talking about sex, then yes, 100%. But if it's for a relationship, then that's not true. Because you can see today as to why a lot of men don't even want to commit to women?
I was gonna say, yes, women hold the keys to sex, but men hold the keys to relationships.
Hold on. Don't say anything else. Hold on.
Say less.
Bro, why is it not playing from? Okay.
Nigga press the button.
The keys to relationships. Yeah, that's the bar. Right
yeah, women hold the keys to sex because they own the thing that we chase, but then we own the thing that they chase.
Yeah.
You get me? So it's like, and to us, the thing that we chase, fam, it seems so peak for me to be speaking like this, fam, because I don't usually speak like this, fam. You know me, fam. But like the thing that they chase to us is cheap, bro. You said it yourself. Yeah. We can fuck 1,000 bitches and not even give a fuck.
Yeah, for real.
But the thing that they chase and they crave, that security, that comfort, that fucking, you know what I'm saying, the relationship, what the relationship encompasses. Like, we control that. We can either tell a girl, listen, you just say bitch down fucking, or you actually wifey thing.
Yeah.
We say that.
Yeah.
And they just have to go with it. They can give us the pumps, but then if you're not wifey, shit, you just gave the pumps for free, and we don't give a fuck.
Yeah. And that's on you.
As fucked up as that sounds. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. If you get the pumps, like, that's on you, innit? Like, you knew you wasn't wifey, you knew what it was, like, what can I tell you, innit? Yeah.
So yeah.
Let's go back to Kasim for 1 sec.
But let's be honest, do men really shame women for having a high body count? Or is it women that shame women more? Because most of the time, if a guy is not looking for a relationship, then he just wants to have sex. And then in that situation, he doesn't really care about a woman's body count. So, like, you know.
I mean, to be fair, and I think Penny has spoke to this earlier, but women do hate women. Like, I know that's a very taboo subject. We don't have to get into it, but there is an internal disconnect in women where women understand how underhanded other women can be, and so are always on guard for that. Because, yeah, women will, like the fucking, like the Jerry Springer show and shit, like a bitch will sleep with like her sister's husband and shit. Like that's insane, isn't it? Like that's wild, bro. Do you know what I mean? Like, but women are capable, as much love as they're capable of, they're also capable of the same level of evil. Do you get what I mean? So it's like there is this weird unspoken thing between women where, oh yeah, like women, and yeah, but I don't trust none of these bitches though. You know what I mean? Like, I don't trust none of these bitches.
There's a song here that I've been listening to called Woman, and it's by a girl called Simi. I think she's Nigerian or Ghanaian. Right. One of the Afro beats kind of, you know what I'm saying? And the first line that she says is, man, he no like woman. Woman no like woman. She no be like water.
Right.
Listen, like to me, that speaks 1,000 words, fam. Because in the perspective of her, it's like men don't give a fuck about women, and women
don't
hate women, fam.
Yeah,
they don't like each other, fam. Yeah. And it's like, damn, where did we disconnect, dog? Because really and truly, in our inner core beings as men, we love women, fam. No matter what your race is, Chinese, black, Mexican, white, whatever, fam. You love
10 is
women.
a 10 is a 10
Listen, and a 7 is a 7 is a 7, dog. We love women, fam.
Yeah.
We do, fam. In the chorus of our beings, we might have bad experiences or whatever. We might like move around and treat them kind of certain, but we love them.
And you know what's fucked up? You know what's fucked up, bro? You know what's fucked up? In the core of their being, they love us too. And that's where the constant friction comes from.
That's where the friction comes from.
Because it's like, nigga, fuck you, and you like, bitch, fuck you. But y'all actually love each other, and you're communicating through pain and trauma. You know what I mean?
You. Yeah, fuck you. Nah, fuck me. Yeah, fuck me. All that shit.
Yeah, it's a toxic thing. Again, it's conditioning, bro. Like Tupac spoke about the rose that grew from the concrete. The deeper level of
that shit? Dog, I ain't never heard that nigga say that shit, but goddamn, I said that shit in the song too, bro.
Nah, you definitely did, bro.
Tupac incarnate, fam. Now that I did, I think I'm Tupac incarnate, fam.
Listen, the whole concept of that is when you look at nature, where there's concrete, roses aren't, or flowers, or any sort of like natural vegetation isn't supposed to be able to grow in that, because what concrete does, it kills the vegetation around it. So the concept of the rose that grow through the concrete is, despite all of the fuck shit that is against you, there's an opportunity to bloom in the most inopportune of times and spaces. And that's how, like, we should at least try to aspire to relationships. We surrounded by the concrete. We surrounded by the shit that takes the humanity out of us and the soul and the empathy, because we've been hurt and people have done shit to us. So fuck everybody else. But actually, if we allow ourselves to be vulnerable enough, you can find somebody who can uphold that part of you that may feel weak. But in that, you have to have the accountability and the judgment and the discernment to not just allow yourself to be vulnerable to anybody. That's why a lot of people get used to get like one good day and butterflies in their stomach, and now they think they're in love. But it's like, do you know what love is, bro? Like, love isn't just a good feeling. Love is all of it. You know what I mean? And it's like,
love is like, oh damn, this nigga getting on my goddamn nerves. Goddamn.
Like, what do you do when homie's getting on your nerves? Like, how do you operate in that state? When homie's getting on your nerves and you're getting on his nerves, how do you all operate then? You know what I mean? And it's like, it's a similar thing, man. Like, we just have to accept that we're all these amazing, complicated beings that are made up of so much contradictory shit, but we operate, do you get what I mean? Like we always say, left and right can't operate without each other. They're complete contradictions to one another, and they completely oppose each other. But without one, you can't get the other. Without up, you can't have down. Without left, you can't have right.
Without inside, you can't have outside.
You get what I mean? It's like they operate within a duality that needs one another, and although they may contradict, they need that thing that flaws them. And it's the same with people. Like, we all have our flaws and stuff, but it's just how much you're willing to mine through to the gold within yourself. Do you get what I mean? Like, the tunnel may collapse and there may be like fucked up shit that happens in the pursuit of that, but how much are you willing to mine internally to get to that gold within? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Let's play one more voice note from Kasim.
But I think a very key point that we're missing here is, first of all, like, I think we can all agree that it's a bit more easier for a woman to have sex than a guy. And a guy that is able to have sex is inherently attractive. Because, especially in this modern day, like, women are not just out here just having sex with just any guy, like, you know. So to a certain degree, the guy has to be a bit more especially with this social media days now, like it's so easy because women get DMs like so easily. So the guys that are actually having sex are attractive. So, and I think if you ask any woman, I think even though they would say they don't want their partners, guys, to cheat on them.
Kasim, I'll say this, yeah. I'll say this because I think maybe you cut off your voice note and shit there. Having lived around women my whole life, having lived with a woman for almost a decade now, like, I can give you my word that sex without love doesn't mean anything to women for the same point that you're speaking to. Again, another thing I've said to my girl numerous times is like, yo, if you ever decided to, you could make yourself up and put on your nice dress and your this and your that, and you could go out and you can find somebody who's going to want to fuck you for no other reason than you fire. Do you get what I mean? And there's a comedian, Patrice O'Neill, he has a joke where it's like, if a guy comes across like a 10, like she a 10, and he's talking to her and shit, and she goes, oh, yo, by the way, like, I can't read all right. Like, I never learned how to read all right. The dude is going to be like, bitch, I don't give a fuck if I read all right. Like, you a 10, bitch. I don't get, like, do you think I care about that? Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, you fire, bro. Like, whereas the other way around, if a dude who a woman's interested in said that, a lot of times she'd be like, yeah, I'm not going to fuck with no dude who can't read all right. Do you know what I mean? But to what Kasim is saying, yeah, you're right. Women can just get sex because sex to men, especially in how men are conditioned these days, is a meaningless act. And if you don't have to have any sort of effort or investment into doing something, you don't really give a fuck about it. Meaning, as a woman, all you need to do is be sexy and somebody will want to fuck you.
Yeah.
No questions asked. All you gotta do is look good, and it may not be the guy that you want, but somebody will want to fuck you just on the basis of nothing else but you being attractive. But because women understand that's a part of their existence, it doesn't mean anything to them. The thing that women crave is love. The thing that women yearn more than anything else, that they really don't have a complete idea of how to get, is love. So a lot of these girls out here, they'll sleep around, they'll do all this sort of shit as a sense of control. Like, I'm not a hoe, these guys are hoes, and I'm fucking them type of shit. Do you know what I mean? But really, if you ask most girls, they want to find the perfect man and settle down with them and be with them and just be happy and be in love. But women aren't conditioned to know how to get love from men. So what a lot of women try to do is manipulate love from men. So you speak about women that like trap men, like, oh, you got me pregnant, or you did this, or like, what we find a lot of times is women will try to employ manipulative tactics to almost force somebody to love them because they're not equipped in how to, just based on who I am, trying to be worthy of love, because a lot of women are taught that they're not worthy, and that's from like an early age. Do you get what I mean? From an early age, they're given these magazines and these TV shows that tell you gotta look like this and look like this, and if you don't look like, you know what I mean? It's like a lot of crazy shit, and it's just a thing of women are not conditioned, or modern women, whatever you want to say, like, are not conditioned in the sense where go out and find somebody and get them to love you. Like, women don't know how to do that. But what a lot of women do understand is that they can leverage their bodies against a guy's life.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what happened there. Cut off for no reason, dog.
Yeah, it sounds like your shit, bro. There's like a beep in the background.
There's a beep in the background. Get off the phone.
Are you on loudspeaker or? Like...
No, I'm in headphones now. Because I had to go back to my room and shit.
Oh,
but then you know what? I left my man's room open. Hold on a sec. Just bear with the beep in a sec. Let me just swallow something.
Say no, bro. Say no.
Bear with the beep. But like, nah, you were saying?
Nah, I was just saying, basically, like, a lot of women, they don't know how to go out into the world and find love, find a man and present parts of themselves that a man will love, because there's too much vulnerability in that. There's too much of, I give myself, and what if I give myself and this person don't give a fuck? Because we understand already that men have the capacity to fuck somebody and not care about them. So it's the whole thing of, what if I give myself and myself isn't enough? So a lot of women will employ, try to manipulate their way to love and manipulate their way to like different shit, you know what I mean? Yeah, brother, you gotta fix this beeping, bro. You either gotta mute yourself or fix this beeping, bro. This is crazy.
Hold on. It's beeping that loud?
Yeah, it's mad.
Hold on.
It's mad.
Hold on, dog. Give me a sec. Go ahead and what you were saying. Could you
just mute yourself while you're sorting yourself out, bro. Just mute it, fam, because the thing is crazy. Yeah. But now, I mean, again, if you have anything to add, if not, then it's calm. But it's like, yeah, I just feel we're not conditioned to speak or communicate with one another. Like, we're not conditioned to be honest with one another and be compassionate with that honesty, because a lot of people don't want to be vulnerable and don't want to be honest because somebody can use that against them. And you tell this person your secrets and tell this person this, when shit gets sticky, they're going to use it against you. And that's what happens a lot of times. Like, people don't allow themselves to be vulnerable because there's too much weakness in vulnerability. But for me, my strength is in that, or at least I try to now, so for my mindset around the strength in that, where it's like, I'm just going to be honest, and even if this isn't the most ideal situation, I'm going to give you my honesty, and however you choose to respond to that is your right, but all I can do is present you with my honesty, you know. And I think if
am I beeping still?
Nah, you still beeping, bro. You sound like the many.
I just wanted to say, yeah, 100 times,
Mute yourself.
I'm gonna mute back again.
Yeah, that shit wild, fam. I don't know what's wrong with that guy's signal, but Kasim's got another message we're gonna play.
But won't you say that the biggest reason why women don't know how to find love from men is because they don't understand men, and their whole lives they've never had to chase men, so there's no point in them even trying to figure out what men want from them. But on the other hand, men, our whole lives we've chased women, and to even have sex from a woman, you need to understand women. Like, if you do not understand women, if you do not understand how to be social, if you do not understand how to not be weird, then you're not gonna get sex or relationships.
And you see, even that in itself, like, I hear where you're coming from in it. Like, I do hear you, Kasim, but even that in itself isn't necessarily true, because weird niggas can get pussy too, and unsocial niggas can get pussy too, because there are girls from all different walks of life that like all different walks of guys, the same way guys like all different types of girls. It's like, again, the ultimate thing is we're not conditioned, we're not raised, we're not taught, and we don't learn how to effectively communicate with one another in an honest space that allows for flaws and allows for imperfection. Usually, again, if your girl come to you hypothetically, and this isn't my situation, car, you know what I mean, but your girl come to you hypothetically and be like, oh, yo, like, you don't satisfy me sexually. A lot of men will receive that in their ego, and rather than trying to be like, okay, like, what can I do to make this better, they'll go into defense mode, because it's like, man, what the fuck are you talking about? Because really their feelings are hurt. But a lot of people aren't just willing to say that you hurt my feelings, because there's too much accountability in that. There's too much accountability to say, like, all right, well, I didn't try to hurt your feelings, so your feelings are hurt because you're insecure. Now, in order for somebody to say that you hurt their feelings, they have to accept that their feelings were hurt because you're insecure or because they're insecure. But if someone's not willing to accept that, you can't then say to them, oh, your feelings are just hurt, because they're not going to take that in a kind way. And I think it's like a similar thing where when men and women have these collisions of just the beings that they are, usually both parties respond in the ego. So for the man, it's like, fuck that, I'm a man and I'm not letting no bitch talk to me like this. And for the woman, it's like, fuck that, I ain't letting no man think he can just do this and do that.
And do this and say whatever they feel like, and and then everything will be cool.
Both parties coming at each other like that. Do you get what I mean? As opposed to coming from a space where it's like, all right, you have this kind of flaw and I have this kind of flaw. How do we mediate this? How do I try to understand you more and you try to understand me more, where we help one another? Because again, we live in the age of instant gratification. We live in the age of, if it ain't going right now, then it ain't going. You know what I mean? It's like, if you're not willing to put that time and that energy and that effort into, it's like, you can't really have that. Again, the relationship I have now is because of the amount of time that's been put into it. It's like an investment. Do you get what I mean? It's like, it couldn't be at this stage of maturity if the time and the energy and all that wasn't put into it. You know what I mean? But that's from both parties. Like, both parties have to put that shit into it to make it a worthwhile investment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just one of them.
But then it's like, all right, if you're in business with somebody, because what most people don't understand is how analogous the rest of life is with their own life. If you're in business with somebody and you cannot trust them and you feel like they're doing you dirty or whatever, yeah, you're going to find a different business partner, bro. Or even worse still, that same business idea that you had is going to be in the toilet, bro. Because you just cannot trust the person that you're working with to try and bring this thing into fruition. It's in the toilet, bro.
Legit.
And it's just the same way with relationships. If you're not on the same page, if you're not like seeing each other and being like, oh yeah, nah, okay, this nigga's flaws, or this is all girls' flaws and shit. It's like, man, you're never gonna move past that point where you make things work.
Yeah.
Because you're always gonna be so focused on how wrong they are. Case in point, my old workplace. I won't say too much, but I'll say like this. I told, like, bro, I used to tell everyone, like, yo, y'all gotta chill out. Y'all gotta have a little, like, relax or something. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, if y'all niggas carry on like this and just be out here, like, you trying to control it over here, you trying to control over here, but y'all overlapping and y'all ain't really trying to hear each other and shit. Like, it's all gonna crumble for me, and it's all gonna be in pieces, and it's all gonna be bullshit at the end of the day, bro. And guess what? Right now, it's bullshit at the end of the day, bro. It all crumbled, man.
And that's how it goes. One
nigga like somewhere on the other side of the country, while the other nigga on the other side of the country, and they scratching their heads trying to figure out how the shit went left. But it's like, no, I told you guys, y'all niggas need to have a little relax. Just take a deep breath and really look at what's happening around, fam.
Nah, for real.
Relationship need that, fam. Just take a deep breath. Look at what's happening around you, fam. And look at how everything that's happening around you is having an impact on the relations that you have. So, like, in a relationship sense, maybe y'all might be, like, arguing about, I don't know, the bitches on Instagram or whatever. But if y'all never take that time to be like, do you know what? Yeah, let's really take a deep breath. We've built a home. We live together. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
That shit is in the toilet, fam, if y'all don't do that shit, fam. You feel
and
me?
you know what? Yeah, you know what? In the and I don't mean to cut the conversation, but in the sense of celebrating one another, it would be remiss of me. It would be remiss of me to not acknowledge that it's past midnight, and for a certain special guest, it's their birthday. You know what I mean?
Oh, happy birthday! Fuck out of here! That's so good. Yeah, listen, happy birthday. I wish I could like do something, like send y'all something or something, like, but goddamn.
Hold on. There's a song. Hold on. We're not getting copyright stricken either because we're talking over the shit, so it's all right. No copyright strikes in this bitch.
I'm dancing for you guys in my room right now. You guys don't understand. I'm dancing. I'm so happy for you guys right now. Hey, listen. Hey, man, if y'all can see the two-step I'm hitting right now, fam, y'all be like, God damn, this nigga. Nah,
We want
happy
to say
birthday,
a
Penny. Happy birthday.
very happy birthday to Penny. The OnlyMans podcast with you. The OnlyMans podcast wishes you the happy
The
birthday.
specialist.
Big up to Penny on her birthday. You know what I mean? Sing this shit. Sing this shit with us, people. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya.
Hey, listen.
Yeah, you know the ways. Big up to Penny on her birthday.
I'm doing the carton dance, guys. I'm doing the carton dance. Just so y'all know, that's what I'm doing.
And we definitely, well, okay. Let me speak for myself. Let me speak for myself, being the man in your life. I definitely appreciate you. You know what I mean? This year around the earth and stuff. You know what I mean? It's time to reflect. It's time to look at the growth you've had over the year. You know what I mean? It's a time to assess yourself, assess where you want to be, and it's a time to be grateful, man. You've seen another year. You know what I mean? So many people pass away before this stage, and you know what I mean? You're here, you're alive, you're in a loving, committed relationship with an amazing man who's an amazing rapper. You know what I mean? Let's make the most of that.
You know what I mean? You know, the only thing that I'm disappointed about that message is that you didn't reaffirm her goddessness.
Well, bro, you didn't let me finish, fam. You didn't let me finish, fam.
Sorry. Please finish. I'm sorry, dog. I'm sorry.
And I want to reaffirm your goddessness.
Please. Because God is not alone, dog.
I want to reaffirm your goddessness. I want to reaffirm the commitment to self, commitment to me, commitment to the life that we've chosen to live, that you've been on the path that you've been on. You know what I mean? It's very difficult for a young woman in this world to try and ascend through the conditioning. But the fact that you've ascended through your conditioning, celebrate that every day. Celebrate the fact that there are so many young girls that grew up the way that you grew up and came from what you came up in, that don't have the sense of self and the understanding of how important a relationship with God is, relationship with yourself, like all these sort of things. Like, you've overcome so many hurdles, and you should fucking feel great about that every motherfucking day.
Man, I'm so proud of you guys, man. Look at you guys celebrating birthdays 8 years deep. Look at you guys.
Come on, bro.
You guys just make me smile from the inside. Fuck the outside. The outside, I'm always smiling on the outside, dog. But the inside, oh man.
Listen, my brother. I'm gonna let Penny disperse if she chooses to. You can stick around if you want to. But if you have any more questions for Penny, any more things,
I feel like we had a broad spectrum of much things. We talked about
that. I'm very grateful to God, and I'm very grateful for the both of you for allowing me to have a voice on this, to just to give me some time to just give my perspective on things. I'm grateful, and I'm very appreciative of you both just being so welcoming and accepting of the different perspectives that may come up. And yeah, man, I'm proud of you both. Like, I'm proud of you both. Like, from
don't make me cry, Penny. Stop it.
Where I met Big Driz back in 2014, from when I met you, Will. Like, you both just in such a greater space, like spiritually, mentally, physically. I'm proud of you both. I'm happy for you both, and I'm grateful to have you both. And yeah, man, just to big and better things this year. Hopefully we can persuade Will to move back to this side this year.
I'm gonna be back. Don't worry. Nah, for real, I'm gonna be back because I realized like, I feel like I'm in the wrong place at the moment. I'm not like around the energies that I should be around. So I'm gonna be back. Even if it's only just me, like, being around for the weekends, I'm gonna be around. Don't worry.
No, legit. Well, Penny, thank you very much for being a part of the podcast. This wonderful episode. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. I love you. Just for the sake of the broadcast, so you don't think I'm ever like capping and shit. I love you, and I'm so grateful to the Most High that you are the woman in my life, innit? So, if you have any final messages you want to give, any final thing you want to say, please get your shit off. Otherwise, get the fuck out so we can talk about big. You know what I mean?
On my birthday? Nah, again, I'm very grateful. I'm very thankful to God for everything. I'm thankful to you both for just allowing me to have some time.
Be more thankful to me though, innit? Like, come on, like gas.
I'm not gonna lie, Will.
You shouldn't be more thankful to Driz, because I could have said,
sorry, but Will was bringing the conversation.
I could have been like, don't bring her, because
you have to be honest. That's the thing about the whole shit. You have to be aware of self and honest with self. Like, if she say that, I can't get mad at her. I have to just accept it. You know what I mean? Like. But no, Penny, thank you very much for your time. We're going to give you a round of applause as well. Like, definitely. So, you're free to stick around, but your time on the airwaves are finished. We're going to get back to our regular broadcasting where we talk about fucking hoes and...
I mean, outside of the relationship thing, I did just have one thing that I did want to like mention here. Yeah. It's about Paul Pogba and E Brothers, fam. You heard about that shit?
Right. Nah.
That shit. So basically, like, because even I was baffed when I was like trying to like research this shit. Yeah. So basically, Paul Pogba's brothers Paul Pogba is alleging that his brothers and some of his brethren that he knew before, like, basically extorted man in it. And then, like, his brother and his mother came out and said, yo, like, nah, like, this is the situation, and this is what it really is. So, somebody in that situation is suing somebody for, like, 11 mil, fam.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, like, I'm still baffed of, like, what actually is happening. So, somebody's getting extorted, and there's 11 mil on the line from. There's now a lawsuit, and
you know what's mad? Yeah? Like, the France football team has had a lot of shit like this, fam. Do you remember that whole thing with Benzema and Ribéry, and like was extorted man and shit? Like, there's a lot of weird shit in that French team.
Who was extorting who in that situation?
allegedly, because we broadcasting, so allegedly. Frank Ribery, who was a footballer, a football player for Bayern Munich for a lot of his career. He played for Chelsea and shit as well. But basically, there was like a sex tape allegedly of Frank Ribery, and Benzema basically was in line with the people who were like, "Yeah, we're gonna leak this." So Benzema allegedly approached man on a thing where it was like, "Yeah, bro, like run this piece, or like these people are gonna do this in it." Do you get what I mean? Do you remember that whole thing where like Benzema was banned from the French national team and shit?
Yeah.
It was because of that, innit? It was because of that.
That's what's about. Goddamn.
Yeah, because it was like he basically tried to extort like his teammate. You know what I mean? He basically said like, "Yeah, run this bread, or man are gonna do this." Do you get what I mean? Like and it wasn't him personally, but the people who were gonna do it were like Benzema's, not his people, but he knew them or whatever the fuck, he was connected to them. So they were like, yeah, he was like to Ribery, yeah, like if you don't run this bread, dog, like these man that I know, they gonna leak all this shit in it.
Oh shit.
So Benzema got banned from the national team for like the majority of his career because of that, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, there's a lot of weird shit in that French national team.
Because all them niggas, because they keep getting all them niggas from somewhere else, fam.
Yeah.
All them niggas is Africans, fam. So they gotta keep them in check somehow, fam. You know what I'm saying?
But they Africans
decide to go and play for Algeria or wherever they really.
Bro, listen, they Africans that are playing in non-African countries that are getting a bag. So these strong African men are going to either European countries or Middle Eastern countries where there's all these like light-skinned bitches around that love them and shit, and they getting into fuck shit. Do you get what I mean? Like they get into fuck shit, man.
That's some crazy.
Yeah.
But the thing that really like caught me off guard about the whole like Pogba situation is like, but that's your brother's, fam. Like legit, like that.
Yeah,
blood. If you ever search this nigga, Paul Pogba's brother, they look exactly.
He look just like him.
He look just like him. Exactly the same, bro. So it's like,
he look just like him.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that shit caught me off guard, fam. I was like, the fuck? Because you know who told me about this? Terrence, fam. He called me. Earlier on today, he called me about this shit because this is a story that broke like yesterday, innit?
Right.
He called me earlier on and I was like, wait there, hold on. Because he was like, I don't want to like ruin anything for you. I don't want to like mess up anything for you. So you gotta like find out for yourself who do. But I'm like, what the fuck? But then they brothers. Like, what the fuck? What's happening there? Like, what? Damn. Imagine like suing one of your siblings for 11 million, fam.
Yeah, that's crazy, innit? That's crazy, innit?
I cannot even fathom that, dog. Because if he got 11 mil, I'm going to just go to him and be like, yo, fam, you know you did me wrong that time, innit? Like, help me out, innit? Not even in that way. It's like maybe, I don't know, maybe there were some things that were happening in the background. But it's like, even still, like if your brother got 11 mil to just dash away, oh yeah, nah, fam, we can talk in it. Because I know you, nigga, we grew up together and shit, you hear me? Like, we can talk and help me out. Because you know where I'm coming from, I know where you coming from, you help me out. Yeah, that's the only part that caught me off guard, fam. Like, right, you gonna sue your brother for like 11 million, fam.
But the thing about money, bro, all it does is expose who you truly are in it. And we've seen money come between the closest of people. You know what I mean? If that relationship is 100% certain and shit, like you see money come between the closest of people, man. And it's like,
I've seen a pair of pinks breaking up a whole team. That's a bar that I said time ago.
Which one?
I seen a pair of pinks breaking up a whole team. That's like 250 notes, fam. £100.
Mad.
Make niggas squabble in between themselves, bro. I seen that shit. It's like, y'all gotta chill out. It's only money.
that's the thing. For a lot of people, that's the be all and end all. That's the God that they worship. You know what I mean? Like, so to them, you say it's only money, but they don't even view it that way.
Yeah, because money is everything in this reality, and the Matrix is everything. That's the reason why. What's his name? The guy that ended up selling them out, the Judas, and he was like, "Yeah, all I want is just like to eat steaks and drink wine and be famous and have bare peas."
Yeah. Yeah, for real.
You do need that ass. I'll tell you where all them niggas is at right now, fam.
Right now, fam. Run it, bro. I'll tell you, fam.
Goddamn.
And that's it, innit? That's it. A lot of people
don't understand how it's like motherfuckers don't understand how analogous that movie was to actually your life, fam.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers just took that as a movie, fam. I didn't. I knew what time it was, fam. As soon as I saw that shit, I was like, mind blown, fam. All this shit.
It's telling you right there, like, it's telling you, like, this is what it is, like.
Goddamn. From when even the architect was like to Neo, you know, like, yeah, nah, we made this thing, and like we knew like some of y'all niggas would be like, nah, not with the shit. So we've built another whole separate thing for you guys, so that you could like get your energy out.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They treated them like little dogs and shit. They was like, yeah, we're going to take you on a little walk around the park and you're going to get your energy out. By the time we get to the crib, you're going to sleep. Yeah. But anyways, I think outside of like the relations and stuff, I think we got to everything that I had noted down, even if we didn't like speak on it.
Nah, same to be fair. I think I have very much enjoyed this podcast. I've very much enjoyed it.
This has been dope.
Yeah.
This has been great.
And Shorty was saying like, oh yeah, you know, when Will was here, I said to him, you know, why don't you have made a podcast? Because you know what I mean? Driz said, and I was like, bro, I never said you can't be on the podcast, fam. I just said I have to speak to my guy about it because I have 50% and he has 50%. So I can't just do something. Like, I have to run it past my guy because I respect that thing in it. Even though you, my shorty, my wife, yeah, I love you and shit. Like, if he say, nah, I don't want to do that, I have to respect that because he's an equal stakeholder in this shit as I am, you know what I mean? So it was never like you can't do it. It's just let me talk to my guy, but you are a problem though. You know what I mean?
We just gotta get the shit straightened out. And then the shit got straight and now we here.
And now we here, do you know what I mean? I think Penny will definitely be back. I think
oh yeah, she must be back, fam, because we gotta learn some more shit, fam.
Nah, definitely. Like, obviously, you and I, through the ups and downs, through the blackification of our podcast, like, we've done this quite a while. So, from your side, you understand the idea of kind of producing from your side, understanding, you know, even something as simple as, like, all right, the mic here, kind of talking to the mic. Like, you get what needs to be done to do this, innit? Yeah. And so when there are people who don't usually do the pod on the pod, you have an opportunity to kind of listen and take in, like, okay, does this drive sort of thing? And I definitely feel like Penny had good perspective, you know what I mean? I tried as much as I could not to influence anything she said. Do you know what I mean? Like, I said to her, like, yo, just come and talk your things, innit? Even when I was talking and shit, I was like, yo, if I'm lying, tell these niggas I'm lying, because to me, I'm willing to look like a fool for the sake of what we building and shit. Like, I don't mind that shit, and for the sake of accountability. Do you get what I mean? So I think she definitely held her own. I think it was engaging. I think.
Oh yeah, for his first go around, I mean, like, fam, like our guy, his first go around, fam,
was a mad thing, innit?
Yeah, it's techie, fam.
Yeah. So, and again, she's obviously been in the crib when I've been doing the pod and shit. So she'll hear it and stuff. But yeah, man, because again, she'd be saying to me for a minute, like, yo, get me on the pod, like, I wanna. And it's like, aye, we'll do that, innit? We'll do that, but don't just come to the pod and not have nothing to say. If you come in here, like, have something to say in it. And she definitely had something to say. So now, big up to Penny, man. Big up to my, you know what I mean?
Shout out to Mrs. Francis.
Come on, dog.
Nah, she definitely hold her own, fam. And the fact that there was Magz there, he like we talk about these kind of things like a lot, fam, but then we don't have like the female perspective. You know what I mean? It's just me being like, yeah, but you know, sometimes like ooh, and sometimes like ooh, but then I don't get it, like coming from like a female's perspective. So I always try and provide that like things, and it's like the fact that I didn't have to provide that thing, and I could also like try and glean some more insights into like, all right, this nigga asking these kind of questions. All right, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that was cool. That was very cool.
And again, obviously, just from the interaction that was had and stuff, like, and obviously I was here with Shorty and stuff, like, she's in the room now, but it's like, you could hear, like, the way I talk is like how I talk to Shorty in it. It's like, I wasn't trying to catch off guard. Like, it's like, these are the level of conversations that man have, because if she don't understand the potential of the being that she's dealing with, then how could I ever blame her for being caught off guard by some shit? Do you know what I mean? So it's like, if I'm not willing to have these difficult conversations, if I'm not willing for her to be like, you know what, fuck that, I can't deal, like, if I'm not willing to be honest to that level, then none of this can be where it is. Do you know what I mean? Like, the accountability on my side is I have to be willing to be honest to a level that she may not even like, but this is where I am. So if shit ever hit the fan, no one can ever say you lied to me, or you made me believe this, or you made me believe that. Like, I try to deal with the honest aspect as much as I can. So I think it was definitely good getting her perspective, man. It was I'm proud of her, man. I'm proud of her.
We appreciate you, Penny. We appreciate you on the pod. Muchly.
Yeah, I'll be honest, bro. Like, I don't have much left. There are topics I could bring up, but I don't.
Yeah, I think outside of the relations thing, because obviously you have said, oh yeah, y'all niggas gotta come with like some, you know what I'm saying, y'all gotta find out some shit. And I'm like, shit, what is it really that I want to know from a woman's perspective? And that's what the majority of the shit that I had written down.
Yeah,
there was several times where like I had things written down, but then it's like, as we went through the conversations, it just got like struck away anyways. So I was like, shit. Goddamn. That was the point that I was going to make. Fuck it. It's being covered right now.
Do you feel like there was anything that was maybe left unanswered, or maybe anything that wasn't addressed?
I think there's one singular question, but then I think we kind of got to that also. It's like, I think we don't understand each other's struggle as man and woman. I think because we struggle with our own things, we pretty much assume that the other person also struggles with the same shit, right? But it's like, how do we get past that and be able to really get to the heart of like, okay, your struggle is this and my struggle is this, and we like get to a real understanding. But again, I think we kind of like answered that.
I think we touched on a little bit.
I think like throughout the whole conversation, I think that's like been answered. But that's, I think, the only thing that I didn't like ask as we were going through. But then it's mute now because like we answered it.
Nah, fair enough, man. Nah, Penny did her thing, fam. She came and...
see, fam, Shout out to Coach Driss, fam. Had Penny on the A game, fam. We like that.
Having Mourinho on the sidelines, fam. You know what I mean? I see potential in a player, fam.
You know
Let
what
me
I mean?
mold you, fam. Let me mold you and build you, fam. I'll make you the greatest player in the world, fam. You know what I mean? Like,
We appreciate that, fam.
nah, she's solid, man. And the thing about molding somebody is that they have to be willing to want to be molded while having the strong will of self to stand in shit. Because a lot of times either somebody's way too caught up in their own perspective or they're just willing to be molded by anything. And I think it's a very unique combination to be willing to take in new information but still have your own sense of self, you know what I mean? And like, again, that's why when I was talking to her and stuff, I was saying, like, listen, I don't want to prepare you for shit to say. I don't want to tell you that you can't talk about this or you can't talk about that. Like, I've told the guys, and if they ask you questions, answer honestly. Even if it doesn't make me look the best way, I'm okay with that because I don't mind looking not the best because I understand that's a part of myself. So it was just like, yeah, man, nah, she did her thing, man. She did her thing, man. Yeah, for me, bro, I don't have that much less for you. There's a voice note I can quickly play from Kasim from about 20 minutes ago.
Kasim.
It was nice chatting with you guys, and happy birthday to Penny. It's late now and I'm going to bed. So see you guys.
Hey, shout out to you, fam. We'll see you next week, my brother. We're gonna be here, fam. Every week we here, fam.
Yeah, man.
No missing.
Big up to you for just like dropping in your 2 pence, and make sure you follow Will, follow myself on Stereo, subscribe to the YouTube page and that. Do you get what I mean? We keep trying to get the thing going up and shit, so make sure you, and anyone that's listening, man, listen, go on that shit, hit the YouTube link and just subscribe, fam. Like, it ain't gonna cost you nothing. And what'll happen is if you can't stay on the Stereo app the whole time, we're going to upload the whole episode to YouTube so you can just listen long form, fam. No ads in our shit. We ain't cut our cocaine with no baking powder. Pure cocaine, fam. No ads in our shit, fam. You can listen from start to finish.
No baking powder in the cocaine, fam.
Listen, if you're one of those people that do what I do and like find a way to finesse listening to YouTube off like the Safari Explorer on the iPhone, you know what I mean? Put it in desktop mode and shit. I do that too, yeah. And what I'm saying to you, the thing about our videos on YouTube, we ain't put no ads on that shit. We ain't put no evil monetization shit. It's all for your consumption. You can go on that shit, finesse it through your Internet Explorer, and just play that shit on the go, fam. And nothing's gonna cut your thing unless your signal fucks up or your battery dies. You're gonna hear the whole episode. Do you get what I mean? So subscribe to the YouTube, man. Like, fuck with your boys and shit. We're trying to keep this shit pure. Pablo thing, the cocaine is pure. Do you get what I mean? This is 100%
Colombian.
100%.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Afro-Caribbean, 100%.
Afro-Caribbean, fam. You know what I mean? Like, this is not pre-recorded. There are no edits in this shit. We go right from from jump and hearing this shit live. You know what I mean? So, so yeah, man. Big up to all the people that tune in each and every week. Will, bro, thank you so much for making the time. I know you've got to get up early tomorrow and do your shit. And just
thank you, my bro. Like, fam, I was telling Magz like today, yeah, because he was like, "Oh, wow, you guys have been doing this podcasting for a long ass time, and you've actually like kept it going and shit." I'm like, yo, like, I don't think Drizzle also gets it, yeah, but this is like one of the only like vestiges of actual like structure that I have in my life, fam. So it's like this shit is very important to me, fam. I take this shit very, very to the chest, fam. So thank you very much, my boy. I appreciate you, like, yeah, like you say, like you always say to me, I appreciate you giving up the time so that we can have this podcast, like this platform, so we can like speak on things and things. Because we could do this easily on our own about all the shit, fam. But then it's like the fact that it has to like be to other people it makes me be like, all right, I can't just chat shit. I really gotta like have my shit together about the shit that I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. As a Taurus, as a life path 5, that's the thing that we crave is structure, fam. We don't have that, and we run away from that like a motherfucker. But yeah.
Nah, you know what, bro? As a life path 8 fam, as a Capricorn, as a fellow Earth sign, you know what I mean? I always want to make you aware of how much I appreciate the friendship, the brotherhood, the interconnectivity that we have in a lot on this shit. And the same way that you're like, yo, this shit is important to me. Like, at least through events that have happened, you've been able to see how much this shit mattered to me and how serious I take this. Yeah. And if anybody ever don't take this serious, I'm not dealing with that, because this is a very real thing to me. Again, through music, through podcasting, through any of these kind of things that we create, I don't put the value in how many people see it, how many views, like that's not what the value is for me. The value is this pure, genuine energy that's put into this shit. I was looking at some YouTube shit the other day, and it was that whole thing of the guy who took like a picture of himself every day for like 3 years or something like that. And you know, got all these views on YouTube and shit. And I was thinking, wow, it's mad, because from day one, this guy would have to have decided that he's committing to doing this. And through the first year, the second year, he wouldn't have seen any benefit to it. There probably would have been days he woke up and he couldn't be bothered and he didn't. But he committed to doing this, and his commitment paid off in the future. And with this thing that we're doing here, deeper than just that, like, I enjoy doing this because it's a space where we can come and communicate honestly and just share ideas and just ask questions. And if we don't know shit, like, be like, yo, bro, like, you know what I mean? And like, I appreciate the space we've created here. I appreciate the people that are drawn to this space, who come in and are so intrigued by the things that are going on that they feel like they want to leave their opinion and stuff. Again, I always say it. People could be doing anything in the world. There are so many different distractions and so many different things. And the fact that there are people who tune into this shit and they're so intrigued by what's being discussed and stuff that they want to leave their point of view, like, that's amazing to me. You know what I mean? I don't ever try and take those things for granted. Like, again, I know that you're on the road. I know you're moving about. I know you're doing what you're doing. And it's like, again, I have kind of the control over this OnlyMans channel on stereo. I upload the YouTube. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I do, but whenever I'm doing things, it's always in accordance with you. Like, I'll never make a move on this thing without calling you and be like, yo, this is a move I'm looking to make. What are you saying? Because I respect so much what you give in order to have this thing going. Because again, if we're not gonna cap, bro, we've seen times where dark forces have come against this shit and tried to pack this shit in, fam. And the fact that you're willing to make the time to do this shit, like, I can't take those things for granted. You get what I mean? So I just want to let you know I love you, bro. Thank you so much,
brother, man. I love you, man. Yeah. Like I said, bro. I don't got friends. I got brothers, fam.
For real, fam. For real.
I ain't had a friend since high school, dog.
Legit.
I ain't had no friends since high school, dog. I got brothers now.
Nah, legit, man. Are there any final things you want to say to the people and shit? Like, is there any sort of final
thoughts, guys? You know, the most important thing when we're trying to relate to each other is just understanding. Even as guys, when we're relating to each other and we're trying to share our ideas and stuff like that, sometimes you gotta understand that, like, the people that you're trying to share these ideas with, they're not like, they don't have the same experiences as you. They don't have the same knowledge as per se as you do. And even if they do have the same knowledge, they might not have the same grasp of said knowledge as you do. So it's important to be patient in your dealings with people. It's very important to have a degree of patience in your dealings. Maybe not even just with people, just with everything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because like I feel like a lack of patience breeds frustration, and it's like you could be frustrated as you want if this reality is gonna just be how it is. So you might as well just roll with that shit and be patient with that shit and see how it unfolds for you before you start getting mad at it and start throwing your rocks at it and dummy out the pram at it, bro. Just relax. Because you never know how that situation that you thought was terrible is so beautiful for you.
Yeah.
You never knew.
Yeah.
And shout out to Penny, happy birthday. Goddamn. Guys, your siblings are so important, bro. Like they anchor you and connect you, fam. Just sometimes you might not have the best relationships with them or whatever, but it's like they're still your siblings and they're still your anchors and they're still your connection. Just be easy. You know what I mean? Just take it easy. Take it easy. Not everything is that deep, fam. Not everything is that deep. And the last thing that I will say is, as is customary, you know what I'm saying? Love yourself. That way you can begin to love others around you. Be kind to yourself. That way you might also begin to be kind to the others around you. And be peaceful, be loving. And yeah, man, it's a cold world out here, so you gotta, you know what I'm saying, do whatever you can to protect yourself. And yeah, man, just, I'm gonna steal your boss, fam. Stay safe and stay dangerous. I like that. Oh, my mum sent me a video. I don't know what it's about.
Just now?
Yeah, just now.
Oh, you gotta let us know, fam.
Hold on, let me see if I can find out. Okay, if I play it, it's gonna cut out the broadcast. I'll share it with you. I'll send it to you.
Yeah. Send it.
Because it's like I think it's like a little political thing about black people and being in Africa, and it's like the G20 thing and shit. Like, so yeah.
Oh, yes.
I'm gonna send that over.
Yeah, I want that from. I want all of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna send that over, dog.
Nah, man. I guess maybe for my closing thoughts and my final thoughts, just to echo what Will said, man. Like, love yourself, be patient with yourself. You know what I mean? Give yourself the time to get there. You know, we can't always get there when we want to, but it's a constant edification thing. You know what I mean? Big up to Penny. Big up to Penny. Jesus Christ, hold on.
Word. 100,000 pounds.
Yeah.
100,000 pounds.
No, big up to Penny. Big up to Penny. It was very good to get a female perspective on a lot of this shit, man. And I think, again, with just, you know, anything anybody can take from this is just, it's important to hear the other person. You know, you may not always agree, and that's okay. You don't have to always agree, but I think it's important to try and hear people, because a lot of time people will get into these discussions not with the intention to understand, but with the intention to just respond and say what they want to say. And I think it's very important where the same way you want to be heard, you have to also hear people, you know what I mean? So, that was dope having Penny here, man. Big up to everybody who tunes in each and every week. Everybody who makes the time to listen, to drop voice notes in, to follow. Make sure you follow Secret Life of Will. Make sure you follow myself, follow the OnlyMans podcast page on YouTube. Subscribe to that. You know what I mean? I don't want to keep you guys too long and stuff, but just... yeah, I'm just very grateful for the time, the opportunity to do this. And... bro, you have mad feedback from your side, you know.
Nah, it's just because I'm in the toilet. I'm trying to do a little smoking on the sneak. My fault, dog.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm in the bathroom, got the shower running and shit. My fault, dog.
Nah, fair enough. Well, you know what? I think that's a great place to wrap it. This has been episode 71 of the OnlyMans podcast, yeah?
Tell me one. Wait, there's one thing that I didn't find thoughts, and then you can cut it off and you can play the bing bing bing, the Windows shutdown after this. I did not realize it, because all this time I thought women were much better at handling and knowing emotions. Goddamn. Y'all motherfuckers had me bamboozled out here. Yeah, I was like, goddamn, y'all don't know either? Shit.
Bro, we gotta realize women feel emotions, they don't necessarily understand them.
Nah,
you know what I mean? They'll feel it in its purest form, but they don't necessarily understand where that's coming from. They just feel it.
Yeah, I didn't know that, fam. I thought they got all that shit, fam. Goddamn.
A lot of them are more confused than us, you know, bro. That's the mad thing. A lot of them are more confused than us, fam. A lot of them, fam. A lot of them, bro. Especially if they find, fam, because they've had to live the majority of their life as being a fine bitch, where people are drawn to you because of how you look as opposed to who you are. Do you get what I mean? It's a whole different type of existence, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's much different.
Yeah, it's a mad thing. It's a mad thing. But no, peoples, thank you all for tuning in. Will, my brother, thank you. I love you, bro.
Thank you so much, my bro. I love you too, man.
Yeah, I mean, just to let everyone know, I'm gonna be away for a couple of days and spend some time with Penny on her birthday away and that. You know what I mean? And we're gonna be back next week, man. You know what I mean? So recap all of it. So big up to everyone that's tuned in. Big up to Penny. Big up to Magz. Big up to my co-host, Secret Life of Will. Big up to all of y'all. Obviously, big up to myself. Big up to myself, and this has been episode 71 of the OnlyMans podcast. We appreciate the fuck out of y'all, man. Follow Secret Life of Will, follow myself, subscribe to the YouTube page. Stay safe, stay dangerous, be patient with yourself, love yourself, and continue to grind and work towards your goals, man. You know what I mean? My brother Will, you know what I mean? Stay on your shit, dog. Don't get caught slipping. I love you, bro. And we'll speak very soon.
My brother. And we will speak for sure.
Peace.
Peace.